Yeah.
Recording in progress.
I think we're about ready to get started. Thank you. That's right. All right. Welcome, everyone. We're so glad you're here. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Tuesday evening, February 20th. I now call the meeting to order. I invite everyone to stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll.
With pleasure, Mayor. Councilmember Hedges.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Here.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Here.
Thank you.
At this time, I will ask our city clerk if any notifications or requests for virtual meeting participation have been received from any members of the council due to just cause or emergency circumstances.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have received one request from Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee, would you like to address the council?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to request your consideration for just cause remote participation. I am alone as primary caretaker with my daughter, who has a contagious illness, and in the public's interest, want to keep the infection from spreading. And there are no individuals over 18 years old in my meeting space, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Diaz-Nash, may I interject once again? So this is a request again under AB 2449, which is allowable now under state law for a council member to appear remotely as long as the council votes to approve it based on 4 different findings or elements, one of which Councilmember Lee already mentioned. The other is that there's a quorum here in person, that the specified threshold of the maximum number of instances has not been exceeded. This is only the second time. And also that this meeting is being broadcast so that the public can visually observe the meeting in which Councilmember Lee would be participating. So with that, the council can take a vote to allow Councilmember Lee to participate remotely based on those 4 findings.
I make a motion for Councilwoman Lee to be able to attend per AB 2449 remotely.
Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
And Lee abstains. Thank you. Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much. We are excited to be here in person with options for those who choose not to be in person to participate virtually. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to our city clerk. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, please press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. We have 2 ceremonial items tonight we are very excited about. The first is a proclamation of Black History Month, and the presenter and honoree will be Alexis Lewis of the San Mateo NAACP. So would you like to come up, please, Ms. Lewis? Welcome. We are so happy you are here tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, other members of the council. Councilmember Lee, it's good to see you. I just wanted to say a few words first about Black history. February marks Black History Month, a tribute to African American men and women who have made significant contributions to America and the rest of the world. While Black History Month is synonymous with prominent people such as Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Muhammad Ali, Jackie Robinson, Langston Hughes, Maya Angelou, Barack Obama, and our very own Kamala Harris, there are countless other African Americans who have made a profound impact in history. This year's Black History theme is the arts, and I would like to celebrate Toni Morrison. Her first novel, The Bluest Eyes, was published in 1970. In 1987, she won the Pulitzer Prize for Beloved, based on a true story of a runaway slave who murdered her own children. In 1993, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in Literature. Black history and the true history of America is being attacked as not an essential part of our history, but I say Black history is American history. I recognize, along with many others, that it is not enough to celebrate that what Black people have accomplished. I would like to request your consideration. I'm sorry, I think that I picked up some of Ammo's speech when she was talking, so I have something about my daughter having a contagious disease, and that wasn't part of my speech.
Oh, we're glad. We're very glad.
But I will say that we still have to address oppression and injustice that is especially associated with Black men, and they are stereotyped as criminals. And that is evident in racial profiling practiced by even our local law enforcement. This stereotyping reflects a long history of oppression dating back to the horrible treatment of Black enslaved people. Many Black Americans remain skeptical that Blacks will ever have equal rights in America, but I have faith that we will. I believe we all should speak up against racial discrimination. We should all vote. We should all be the change we want to see, Barack Obama, and we should speak truth to power. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now, if you will stand there, have a proclamation that I would like to read on behalf of the city.
Thank you.
So, whereas since 1976, Black History Month has been an annual celebration of Black history and culture, and a time to recognize all that shapes the identities and experiences of Black Americans, and whereas the Association for the Study of African American Life and History has declared this year's theme, African Americans and the Arts, dedicated to recognizing the Black American lived experiences through its art, which encompasses all art forms, from performing arts to fashion, folklore, film, music, architecture, song, culinary, and all other forms of cultural experience. And whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the progress made and the lengths gone to rise above the challenges of the past, including the systematic denial and minimalization of artistic contributions from African Americans in all its forms, even as Black Americans were leading cultural shifts throughout society with influences from its music through songs, spirituals, the blues, gospel and soul, literature, artistry through crafts, sculptures, and paintings. And whereas from the 1920s and 30s, the rise of the Black Renaissance and New Negro movement brought Black arts to the international stage, and Black culture began its ascent to becoming a dominant cultural movement in the world. And this continued on through the 1960s with the Black arts movement showcasing Black pride in Black heritage through artistic expression, and in the 70s with the development of a new genre of music, hip-hop, which took on cultural and societal issues from racial violence to economic issues and sexism, and served to shine a light on these issues. And whereas the City of San Mateo community is proud to celebrate, alongside our fellow Black Americans, the incredible contributions and leadership in the arts that the Black community has gifted to all of us. Now, therefore, I, Lisa Diaz-Nash, Mayor of the City of San Mateo, on behalf of the City Council and our staff, do hereby recognize the month of February 2024 as Black History Month. And be it further resolved, we call on all community members in the City of San Mateo to seize all opportunities to recognize the most important contributions of Black Americans to our society. Thank you and congratulations. All right, the riches of our community continue. Now, our next ceremonial item is a Boys and Girls Club of the Peninsula presentation, and it will be made by Emily Mungle, Community Engagement and Development, Boys and Girls Clubs of the Peninsula. Emily, over to you.
Hello, how are you? My name is actually Jenny Obiaya. I'm the CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Peninsula.
Hello to you too.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. But I am joined by some of my fabulous teammates today, including Emily, our Director of Community Relations, and some of our amazing San Mateo leaders, Andrew, Adrian, and Eric.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everybody up. Here we go.
Thank you so much for having us this evening and really giving us an opportunity to share with you a little bit about what we're doing here in San Mateo to best serve our students and families. So at the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Peninsula, our vision is really that all young people grow up and get to live lives that are fueled by their passions, talents, and a love of learning. And we really recognize that young people everywhere have talent and potential, but not all students have the opportunities that they need to really fulfill that potential and help them thrive in school and beyond. And so our work at BGCP is to change that. It's to close the opportunity gap and really empower the students we work with academic opportunities, career opportunities, mental health services, and enrichment opportunities. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. But our target is really working with students that are typically considered to be socioeconomically disadvantaged. We really want to be a part of the village for our families and our school partners. So of the main pillars of our programs, a big one is around academics. We know that no matter what kids want to be, whether it's a software engineer or an electrician, having the educational tools that they need to be able to choose their own paths is incredibly important. And so we offer totally free after-school and summer tutoring, literacy programs, homework help, and you can see some snapshots from two of our sites here in San Mateo at Sunny Brae and San Mateo Park Elementary. We also have a really robust college access and readiness program because we actually work with students from transitional kindergarten, the little ones, all the way to and through college. Enrichment is another big part of our programs. I have 8-year-old twin boys myself, and I am constantly blown away by how expensive all of their activities are. But of course, as their mom, I want them to be able to have access and explore their passions and cultivate their talents. But for so many families, these types of enrichment activities are out of reach. And so we provide these high quality opportunities at BGCP totally for free. We offer competitive sports leagues, as you can see at Sunnybray, our soccer team, culinary classes, art classes, STEM clubs, all things that, some might consider to be a nice to have, but we really believe it's an essential part of one's childhood. And the third big program pillar is really around providing free mental health services. We recognize that young people across the country are really struggling with mental health in unprecedented ways. But in particular, the students that we serve at BGCP often grapple with additional stressors, whether it's food insecurity, housing insecurity, challenges with immigration, whatever it may be. And for so many, that don't have insurance or don't have the networks, being able to access a trusted provider, it's incredibly difficult. And so over the past 2 years, we've focused on building out an in-house mental health team of amazing certified therapists that work with our students in individual therapy, in group therapy, and we also offer family supports. So we are considered an expanded learning program because we partner so closely with the schools, Superintendent Ochoa and the entire district school team. They're just incredible partners. So we operate typically on school campuses in the after school and summer space. We extend the school day and school year. And kids in our programs receive up to 830 additional learning hours over the traditional school year alone. And we really try to optimize every single minute that we have with our kids as an engaging learning opportunity. There we go. So we are relatively new to the San Mateo community. For years, Boys and Girls Clubs of the Peninsula, we've been operating in the southern part of the county, particularly in East Palo Alto, the North Fair Oaks community of Redwood City, and Eastern Menlo Park. But about 18 months ago, 2 Boys and Girls Clubs chapters north of us that were smaller and serving this region a bit reached out to us to see if we would join forces. And so we have expanded our services north and actually doubled in size in terms of the number of students that we're serving over the past 18 months. So we're now serving, actually this year we'll be serving 5,400 students across 29 different sites. Most of them are school sites, a few of them are clubhouses. But you can see we've really been working to bring more of our programs to the mid and northern part of the county to make sure that all students in our community have access to the programs they deserve. Zooming in a bit on San Mateo, we opened one site last year at San Mateo Park, and this year, upon the request of Superintendent Ochoa, we opened 2 more sites at Sunnybray and Lead. We're now serving upwards of 350 K-5 students, and we hope to continue expanding and deepening our partnership with the district and the community over the years. Just a couple highlights of our work here in San Mateo. On the left, you see Superintendent Ochoa speaking at one of our big Shark Tank events that we held at the Peninsula Golf and Country Club in the springtime. In the middle, you see our Project Back to School Fun Friday. So at the start of every school year, we raise money to then be able to purchase gift cards and backpacks that we then give to the kids and have some fun festivals happening. And then we were so honored to receive Nonprofit of the Year from the district last year. And so that concludes my presentation. Although we all want to welcome you, you're all welcome with open arms to visit any of our program sites at any time. This group is totally fantastic. They just dedicate their hearts and souls to trying to serve our students and families, and so you're always welcome. And with that, any questions?
I probably should have asked this question a long time ago. The Boys and Girls Club in North Shoreview has been closed. Is that ever going to reopen?
Is that the Pacific? Which one is that?
It was originally the only boys club building in the city.
So of our sites right now, we've got the 3 in San Mateo. Are you talking about the Dore Clubhouse?
I've never referred to it as that. It's a fairly large building in North Shoreview.
That could potentially be the Dore Clubhouse. We don't have plans to reopen that. We actually, in partnership with consulting the superintendent, decided to sell that building and reinvest the resources in these 3 school sites, and that helps us fund these school sites to be able to serve more students.
That building was built with free labor from the building trades way back in the day in the 60s.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm talking to you and not the microphone.
Oh, no.
My apologies.
I can hear you.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Nope. No, I guess I would just like to say I have been up several times to San Mateo Park School because that's within my district, and I've heard about the efforts that you've put on up there, and just so many people are so appreciative. So thank you very much. We look forward to working with you and understanding opportunities, and we invite you to come back and give us an update, because we know
Wonderful.
there are lots of good things you're doing. And that goes to all of you. And next time we expect to hear what each one of you specifically has been doing, okay?
They've been busy.
That's
Thank you
great.
so much.
Thank
Have
you
a good
very, very
evening.
much. All right, well, as I said, we are a city full of riches. Thank you both very much for everyone coming here tonight. So moving on, off the ceremonial, onto the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, could you please read the consent calendar?
With pleasure, Mayor. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 3, Animal Control Amendments Ordinance Adoption. Item number 4, Juneteenth Annual Holiday Designation for City Employees Approval. Item number 5, Marina Library Structural Improvements Project Amendment. Item number 6, Citywide On-Call Heating, Ventilating, and Air Conditioning Repair Services Amendment. Item number 7, Second and El Camino Garage Improvements Professional Services Agreement. Item number 8, Second and El Camino Garage and Central Garage Elevator Modernization Budget Appropriation and Construction Contract. Item number 9, Usage of San Mateo County Sheriff's Office Coyote Point Police Training Center and Firing Range Facilities Agreement. Item number 10, Permanent Local Housing Allocation, PLHA, Supportive Housing Loan Agreement. Item number 11, San Mateo County Vehicle Theft Task Force Agreement. And item number 12, Network Hardware Replacement Purchase.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? No? With that in mind, is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on any consent calendar item now? So please make your comment now. This is for consent calendar items only.
Madam Mayor, I do have one in-person requests to comment on the consent calendar. And if you're in the Zoom environment and you'd like to comment, please raise your hand now. And in the meantime, I'd like to call up Penny Nixon.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to take this opportunity. My name is Reverend Penny Nixon, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself and also on behalf of Reverend Dr. Marlon Bussey. And we just want to tonight thank you in advance and encourage you as you vote on this consent calendar to item number 10 on the PLHA for the St. James Community Corporation development. And it's going to be 5 units of housing that is set aside for youth transitioning out of the foster care system. And we're also hoping that this becomes a pilot and a model for other faith communities to do projects like this because of the deep need for affordable housing. And also, I know that foster youth are at some of the highest risk for homelessness. So I want to thank you in advance for your support of this. And also, I wanted to take this opportunity to also say what a pleasure it has been to work with the planning department of the city. They've been so supportive and helpful, and we've learned a lot from them, and we feel like real partners with the city. So thank you in advance so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I have no other hands raised.
All right, thank you very much. Is there a motion from council to approve?
I move to approve the consent agenda. And in
Second.
doing that, I want to say that I'm very thankful for the Reverend and all the work she's done, because we've talked about this. I know how hard she's worked on it.
Excellent.
Second?
All right. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And just before we move on, I would like to also comment on this item and say I really hope, Reverend Nixon, that there are funds left over so you can build that 6th unit as well. Let's not just stop with 5, okay? Okay. Thank you all very, very much for past, present, and future. So, moving on. Next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to 15 minutes. However, it is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. And one more very important note. We welcome speakers providing public comment, but please be advised this is a limited public forum. As such, speakers must stay on topic if speaking to a particular agenda item, and if speaking during general public comment, they must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of this city. If speakers fail to follow these rules, they will be warned, and if they continue to disregard our rules, their opportunity to speak will be ended. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
I do have one speaker in person. If you intend to comment on items not on the agenda remotely, please raise your hand now. Our first speaker in the chambers is Dev Bataic.
Hi, good evening, council members. I've been a resident of San Mateo for 25 years. I've worked and lived in San Mateo. And I also just wanted to share that during that time, I've been a huge proponent of affordable housing. I think California needs it, and the Bay Area certainly needs it, as well as all of the good that SB 35 has done. It's within that context that I'm coming to speak on behalf of myself and several of our neighbors. As council may know, recently there's a proposal that's come up for a new building at 223 South Humboldt Avenue. It's a small plot size now of two-family housing with a plot size of only 7,800 square feet. The developer has proposed to build a building unit of 42 units on that space. And you wonder, how do you build 42 units in 7,800 square feet? Well, you build a tower on a postage stamp, and the plan is 7 stories tall, and to have the rooms on that, or the units to be smaller than what is by regulation. Our code suggests 350 square feet. The plan gives only enough room for 300 square feet. Council members, this is going to cause a huge problem in terms of traffic on that space. As you know, that's at an intersection that backs up right up onto 101. It's a huge challenge for first responders who have already had challenges getting into that lane. It's also on a flood zone, so I'm not sure if that actually qualifies for SB 35, and we're going to work with the planning team to see if it even qualifies for that. Most concerning is the fact that the plan currently for 42 units has no parking spaces. And you may know that we, for good reason, took away 1,200 parking spaces on Humboldt so that we could put in a bike lane not so long ago. Adding 42 more units on that space with no parking is only going to stress that space. And finally, council members, there's the challenge of equity. That neighborhood, as you well know, is primarily people of modest income, primarily Latino and Asian residents, and we are stressing that area with no parking, no traffic, and no access for first responder ingress. So I would just ask that you take that into consideration. I know SB 35 will fast track some of these processes, and we look forward to working with you to maybe get a better option, smaller and with parking spaces, so that it works for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I have no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I will close public comment and bring it back to council for item number 13, our public hearing, appeal of a planning commission approval of a new 5-story mixed-use building at 477 9th Avenue, PA-2022-047. And I believe that we have a presentation by Linda Lay, our associate planner. Thank you very much.
Testing. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Linda Lee, Associate Planner, presenting on Agenda Item 13, Appeal of a Planning Commission Approval of a new mixed-use project located at 477 9th Avenue. Beginning with project history, the applicant first filed their pre-application on January of 2022. This was then followed by the required neighborhood meeting and planning commission study session in April and May of 2022. The applicant then filed the formal planning application in July 2022 and worked with staff to refine the building design and site plan. Environmental review was also completed during this time. On December 12th, 2023, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for the project where the project was approved by a vote of 5-0. Following the approval, an appeal was filed on December 21st, bringing us to today's City Council public hearing to review the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval. The project is located at the northwest corner of 9th Avenue and South Claremont Street and consists of one parcel that is 1.6 acre in size. It has a general plan land use designation of executive office and is located in the E2-2 zoning district, which represents executive office with a maximum floor area ratio of 2.0. The project is a proposed 5-story mixed-use building. It's designed in a Spanish Revival style. The first and second floor is devoted to office uses and parking facilities. 120 rental units are proposed on the 3rd to 5th floors. And of the units proposed, 12 units will be made affordable at the very low income level. The proposed unit mix is 24 studios, 64 one-bedroom, and 32 two-bedroom units. Parking is provided in a 2-level above-grade garage located within the rear portion of the building. The project provides a total number of parking, which includes 48 office stalls and 120 residential stalls. The building has a maximum plate line height of 53.5 feet and has a total floor area of 204 square feet. The project overall was approved at the December Planning Commission meeting as it meets all applicable objective standards and requirements set forth in the general plan, zoning code, and other local policy documents. Next, we will cover the appellant's reasons for appeal, along with staff's response to each issues raised. For the proposed tree removal, concerns of the project's consistency with the general plan, and environmental review. Here is the site's tree disposition plan, which shows all existing trees to be removed or to remain on the project site. The project also prepared a preliminary arborist report to catalog all on-site and nearby trees. The project surveyed a total of 19 existing heritage trees. This includes 8 heritage trees on adjacent properties, 4 heritage trees on the site to be preserved, and 7 heritage trees on site to be removed. Staff would also like to highlight that the heritage trees proposed for preservation include 2 significant oak trees, as pictured here, one of which is the largest heritage tree on site at South Claremont Street. The second oak tree, located mid-block on 9th Avenue, will also be featured in New Public Plaza on 9th Avenue. The first reason of appeal, the appellant states that the proposed tree removal is in conflict with the city's tree preservation measures and recommends that the project modify their design to preserve these heritage trees or consider transplanting the trees to Central Park. As staff evaluated the project under the municipal code section, which grants tree removal if preservation would threaten the health or stability of the tree. Secondly, as shown in the previous slide, all trees proposed for removal are in direct conflict with the proposed building or other site improvement. The appellant noted several heritage trees located along the proposed building perimeter to potentially preserve, which staff will cover in the next slide. Lastly, the city does not have a program currently to receive transplanted trees. In discussion with the city arborist, transplanting trees is not required as a method of preservation. This method also requires excavating the entire root ball of the tree, which may extend into the right-of-way. This method is not recommended by the city due to the challenge and low success rate. Staff, including the managing arborist, visited the site and evaluated 4 heritage trees located along the proposed building perimeter. The first tree is at the corner of 9th Avenue and South Claremont Street. It is a blackwood acacia. The condition is fair, but the structure is considered poor due to its root conditions, ingrown bark and stem, which leans into the right-of-way. This tree is also classified invasive. Overall, this tree has a low suitability for preservation, and staff does not recommend retention. The next tree is a coast live oak located near the proposed building entrance on 9th Avenue. This tree has a sparse declining canopy and crown. Preserving the tree would require pruning over a quarter of the tree's root system and canopy. This tree is also not recommended for preservation. The next tree along 9th Avenue is another similar large coast live oak tree. It's in poor condition due to its declining canopy and twig decline. This tree also conflicts with the proposed building in a similar manner where it would lose over a quarter of its root system. Therefore, this tree is not recommended for preservation. The last tree to note is a Chinese elm located in the existing parking lot. It currently conflicts with the project's underground stormwater treatment system. However, staff did find that this tree is in moderate health and may be suitable for preservation given its distance from the proposed building. However, preserving this tree would require modification to the project's stormwater treatment plan and removal of one surface parking lot or parking space. Staff would also like to note that Chinese elm has a condition called summer limb drop, where branches will randomly drop during the warmer summer months. The next concern raised by the appellant is the project's in consistency with the general plan policies for tree preservation. Staff reviewed the policy, which states preserve heritage tree in accordance with the city's heritage tree ordinance. This policy focuses on implementation of the city's protected tree ordinance. The general plan also includes a replacement planting policy, which the project meets by providing significant replacement planting for the trees removed. This is the project's proposed landscape plans, which provide a combination of replacement plantings that include 19 new trees along the project's street frontage and within the new surface parking lot area. These trees are of significant size, ranging from 24-inch and 36-inch box trees. Based on the current fee schedule, the project will also pay roughly $50,325 of in lieu fees for the remainder of trees not planted on site. The project also provides 18 additional trees within the building's second floor courtyard. However, they are not credited since they are not proposed planted at grade. Overall, the project satisfies the replacement measures as required. Therefore, the project is consistent with the general plan policies. The last area of concern relates to the environmental review on potential mitigation measures and significant cumulative effects posed by the tree removal. Staff evaluated this and found no further environmental reviews needed for the following reasons. The project is conditioned to conduct tree removal outside the nesting bird period. Staff would also like to clarify that this is not a mitigation measure, as it would be required under federal law for this project and other similar projects. Secondly, all trees removed will be addressed through a combination of replacement planting and in lieu fee payments as required by the site development planning application. Lastly, tree removal and impact to biological resources were evaluated in the city's current general plan 2030. The environmental impact report concluded that the above measures for replacement will reduce impacts to a less than significant level. Therefore, further environmental review is not needed. Prior to concluding with staff's recommendation, it is important to note that the project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, or HAA, since it consists of over 2/3 residential square footage. This state law limits the city from denying or reducing the density when all objective development standards are met. The city may only deny or reduce the density of the project if certain findings pertaining to adverse impacts to codified objective public health and safety or safety standards can be made. As proposed, this project meets all applicable objective standards in the general plan, zoning code, and other local policy documents. The proposed tree removal and replacement measures are in compliance with the site development planning application. And tree removal does not qualify as a specific adverse impact on public health or safety. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project's special use permit, site plan, and architectural review and site development planning application based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval, and find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA. This concludes staff's presentation. The appellant and applicant are here and will be presenting as well. Also on Zoom, we have the city's environmental review consultant, Akoni Danielson, if there are further questions from City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think before we go to the other question or the other presentations, we take council questions now. Yes? Okay. So who has a question? No questions? Okay. You do. Councilmember Hedges.
So who evaluated the trees? Was it our own arborist?
So the applicant has their own project arborist that prepared the arborist report.
So we didn't do a study ourselves?
No, so the city's managing arborist reviewed the report and also reviewed the appeal concerns raised as well.
Okay. A number of years ago, when Lucky's store on Beauvais Plaza was extended, a huge old oak tree was required to be moved and replanted on the property. We don't do that anymore?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, could you please repeat the question?
Pardon me?
Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so a number of years ago, Lucky's on Beauvais Plaza, it's now a gym, extended the west side of the store, and there was a large old oak tree in the way. And the city at that point, I talked to the foreman about it, required the company that was doing the project to move the oak. And I'm asking, we don't require people to replant trees that are beautiful and old?
No, there is no such requirement in the city's ordinance at this point.
There was at that time, so that's dropped off somewhere. Okay, so I have another question. When you go into the project, because I've walked it, at the entrance by the railroad tracks, to the right and slightly indented in the property is what I think is a big old oak tree. And do we know about the health of that tree?
So that was covered in one of the slides.
It's the root issues?
Yeah, that is the tree.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And there's no way we can remove a couple of parking spaces and get around that? Is it going to interfere with any of the units that we're going to build there?
So the oak trees that are proposed for removal are in conflict with the proposed building. The other tree you mentioned being in the parking lot, that is the Chinese elm.
Yeah, but my specific question is, would it cause the reduction of any units if we kept that tree?
Yes, based on conversation with the applicant, it would reduce.
I'm having a hard time
50%.
understanding you.
It would cause a reduction to the proposed housing units.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lorraine, do you have any questions? No. Councilmember Lee, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Newsom?
Sure. Just to kind of glob on to what Councilmember Hedges was saying, I believe it's in the diagram tree number 19. I believe that tree number 19 is the oldest tree, or probably the oldest tree on the actual property. My understanding is that we only have to let trees be removed if it doesn't cause a loss of any of the housing units. And in looking at the diagrams, now I only received the diagram earlier today, but in looking at the diagram, I don't believe that that is the case. And so I just wanted to question specifically the tree that he's referring to, which is tree 19, which is right near the entryway to the driveway there. This site has actually been known for over 30 years as the Twin Oaks site. Business park, and I think it's really, sad to be losing our heritage oaks that have been in front of, in these properties for years. And I don't know when the law changed, but I can tell you, having lived in this neighborhood for over 25 years, that 25 years ago, I wanted to potentially remove the oak tree behind my house, and the city was absolutely against it. And having lived there since, I've actually come to appreciate that all the trees do. That tree in particular will be very helpful in reducing railroad noise, and also it really, has a great aesthetic appeal. Overhead noise, there's a lot of benefits to maintaining that tree if possible. So I guess that's more of a comment than a question, but thank you.
I can interject here for a moment. So just keep in mind, Deputy Mayor Newsom, that as staff indicated, this is a project subject to the Housing Accountability Act. It can't be denied based on the applicant's declining to keep a tree. It can only be denied based on specific adverse impacts on public health or safety as defined. So I understand the desire, but our discretion is limited.
I thought that the law stated that we only had to have them remove trees if it would have an adverse impact on the number of units. And so I'm just asking, would that be the case? Or could tree 19 be maintained? Because from the looks of it, it doesn't look like it would have any impact on the units.
Perhaps the planning staff can speak to that issue, but just that tree appears to be feet away from the building. And I think this planning staff also indicated that the root structure for that tree would be adversely impacted, such that it would be difficult to retain that tree. which appears to conflict with the building itself, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Through
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Sorry, if I could add, I believe that that is correct. The tree number 19 is very, very close to the building, and to protect the tree would require a complete redesign of the building and the site, which could potentially result in loss of units. I know the applicant is also available once the presentations from the appellant and applicants are done. Perhaps they can also respond to that question.
Okay.
Through the mayor.
No further.
Yes.
Yeah. Staff would also like to clarify that the largest oak tree is actually the tree being preserved on South Claremont Street. That's oak tree 11. So that has a diameter of 56 inch. And oak tree number 19, that's proposed for removal, is 37 inch diameter. So yeah, the largest oak tree is being preserved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. I watched the Planning Commission today just to educate myself before I came here today, and you gave another great presentation there, Linda. So thank you, and thank you to Stephen Siri for being here as well as all the other people. And my first question was to confirm that the heritage oak tree on South Claremont is to be preserved, but is there, I know there was discussion in the Planning Commission of having a lot of detail and working with the arborist about how do we preserve it. Is there some way that it can be written into the agreement about the licenses, whatever, that here are the steps that are going to be taken? Because I think this project is a great project. I think it's a wonderful thing, and we're very happy that it's being reviewed. But I think we're just very concerned about. I've built 2 houses. We had old heritage trees in both of our properties. We had to, do extra special things. One case we were successful, one case we were not in preserving the trees. So is there anything we can do to make it very specific about what has to be done to try and maintain that tree?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor. So the project is conditioned to provide a final arborist report. Our arborist also provided prescriptive tree protection measures. And so all of this is required during the building permit. The arborist will also be conducting inspections regularly during all construction phases of the project. And the applicant, has also shared their commitment to preserving the largest oak tree, as well as the tree on 9th Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And I see Mr. Siri's head nodding, so I think he's agreeing with what you're saying. Then also tree number 19, which is what I think you were referring to. During the Planning Commission, there was a lot of discussion about not so much that it would be right up against the building, but that it would be right in the middle of the sidewalk. Am I understanding? Is that the right tree? Yeah. And then the question was, from the community, as I understand, during that session, there was a question about accessibility. And does that then is the concern for accessibility prevent it from being saved? And my question is more, could the sidewalk move around it? Is there any way? We certainly do not want to prevent accessibility, but there are many ways of providing accessibility.
So this shows the site plan. Tree 19 is shown in the middle of the existing, or the proposed sidewalk. It's also conflicting with the proposed building. 9th Avenue, there are several bike lane improvements. It's also located near the railroad crossing. And so I think when staff reviewed the project, these were all factors that we had to consider.
So you're basically saying no?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Yes, no. Okay. There we go. One of the requirements, obviously, is for the trees to be taken out, but also new ones to be put in. Is there an opportunity to increase the size of the trees that are being replaced with more mature oaks so that the canopy specifically mentioned in the Sierra Club letter today can come back a little bit sooner than waiting 20 years for a much less mature tree to bear fruit?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So all the street trees, we have a street tree master plan that provides recommended species. Unfortunately, coast live oaks aren't the recommended species along 9th Avenue or Claremont.
I'm having difficulty. I apologize.
Yeah, so the city has a street tree master plan, which provides a list of recommended species. And along 9th Avenue and Claremont, Coast Live Oak was not the recommended species type. We also discussed the size of the replacement trees, and in discussion with the city's arborist, 24-inch is actually the box size that does well as a new tree being replanted. The landscape architect for the project is also here, and they can discuss, other native tree species that are being replanted elsewhere on the site. But for the street trees, we follow the street tree master plan, which the project is consistent with.
So live oaks are not considered appropriate in San Mateo?
Not along that street frontage.
Wow.
Claremont and...
Okay. I guess there was also a minor comment in many of the community letters coming in to get rid of the comment to put plantings under the existing oak. Several, whether it was the Audubon Society, the Sierra Club, other people just said, you shouldn't do this. This is not something that I've said, but is that something that staff has taken into consideration?
Yes, staff did receive and review that comment, and we agree. So when we look at the final arborist report, I will ask that the planting not be within a certain distance of the tree root.
Okay, great. Then also there was a comment by the Audubon Society about bird-safe glass and bird-safe lighting to avoid birds colliding with the glass walls up at the top. What's staff's opinion on that?
So we reviewed the page that was referenced in the letter. There's actually no glass enclosed room shown in the project plans. I think they were referencing some inspiration image that was used, but the project plan itself has metal railings, and I think there's glass behind that railing, but it wouldn't extend beyond the railing height.
Okay. And then I just had the same questions about the Chinese elm. Is there any way that we can possibly preserve that one?
Yeah, so that Chinese elm is, of the 4 heritage trees, probably has the best suitability based on its health and also location away from the proposed building. It would just require modification to the project stormwater treatment plan and removal of 1 surface parking lot space.
So, okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much. So I guess now we are going to open the public hearing, and I will call on the following. First, the appellant to make a presentation of 15 minutes, followed by the applicant presentation of 15 minutes if they choose to present, followed by individual speakers, 3 minutes or less, then an appellant rebuttal of 5 minutes and an applicant rebuttal of 5 minutes. So with that in mind, why don't we start with the appellant presentation? Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Thanks so much for this time. So tonight I speak on behalf of the trees, the creatures that call them home, and the people that believe in protecting them. I'm here to work with the city. I think this is a beautiful building, one of the nicest we've seen. I've spoken to Stephen Siri, very nice gentleman. And I think that it's so important that, as you can see on my slide, we work together and protect and improve San Mateo's urban tree canopy. It's really essential to the quality of life in San Mateo. And I know you agree with me, since one of the big ideas in the San Mateo General Plan 2040 is to preserve nature as the foundation of the city. Strive San Mateo General Plan 2040 honors San Mateo's natural setting as an irreplaceable asset that is the physical foundation of the community by protecting open space and natural habitat, planting trees, maintaining the city's urban forest, investing in natural infrastructure, and preserving natural views and expanding access to parks and open space. I'm so very glad this is a big focus because San Mateo is losing its urban canopy at an alarming rate. Next slide, please. According to Matthew Freed, the former managing arborist of San Mateo, the city loses, I moved on too fast. Before I move on to that part of the presentation, I was just gonna say, these are the 2 seals. One is of our city, one is of the county. You can see in the foreground of both of these seals, trees are focused. So in San Mateo, it's the oak tree, and in the county, it's the redwood tree. Those that came before us knew the importance of these trees, and that's why they are here to be shown forever in the seals. Next slide, please. Oh, I have a clicker. Okay. Like I said, San Mateo is losing its urban canopy at an alarming rate. According to Matthew Freed, the former managing arborist of San Mateo, the city loses over 300 heritage or protected trees per year on residential sites. That is, they approve over 300 permits for tree removal, but there could be multiple trees on each of those permits, and that isn't counting the heritage protected trees that are cut down without a permit. Add to that the trees removed because of new developments. Just one residential site approved in 2020 is removing 327 trees. 145 of those are heritage trees. How much of our urban canopy have we lost? And how much do we have left? We have no idea because no one is tracking this information. No one in the city. According to the California Oaks program of the California Wildlife Foundation, the city of San Mateo's native oak tree protection policies are inadequate. The Oak Foundation states that the city's heritage tree replacement requirements have the city of San Mateo on a tree canopy degradation trajectory. I'm here today because of the project at 477 9th Avenue, which is in fact a lovely building. I'm not asking to stop this project from being built, but to ask the developer to make room for the trees. Let me see if I can do this. Did it go? It's not going. There we go. Every red X on this slide is a tree being removed. A total of 32 trees are being removed for this one project, 7 of which are heritage trees. I'm asking to save just 3 along the perimeter of the building site, 2 coast live oaks along 9th Avenue and a blackwood acacia on the corner of 9th and Claremont. While addressing the critical need for housing is crucial, removing heritage trees for development comes with major consequences. The long-term costs of losing ecosystem services provided by trees can be significant, impacting public health. The loss of green spaces with heritage trees can negatively affect mental and physical well-being, social cohesion, and quality of life in communities. The Sierra Club's local Sustainable Land Use Committee stated in a recent letter to the City Council that live oaks are a keystone species. They support over 100 species of mammals, birds, insects, and plant life. Losing each live oak in our city collapses our already endangered biodiversity even more. Saving, growing, and fostering each and every mature specimen of these keystone trees is critical as it supports our health, biodiversity, climate, and livability. The Sequoia Audubon Society stated in a letter to the City Council, "We request you keep more of the native oak trees to require the developer to reduce the number being removed. These established trees provide the best habitat and food sources for our native birds and pollinators than do non-native species. However pleasing to human eyes those non-native trees may be, even multiple young trees will take a very long time to replace the carbon capture and habitat lost by removal of established oaks." They make a very good point. The argument I hear around taking out trees is, well, they're replanting. But a young tree will take 10 to 15 years to provide the benefits that we depend on. My 8-year-old son will be 23 in 15 years. He will be gone. He won't be here in San Mateo most likely any longer. He will not benefit from these mature trees that we have now. I believe the builder is putting in a total of 19 trees in the perimeter. Again, remember, he's taking out 32. And they're set to be pink trumpet trees, which are the street trees for this area. Pink trumpet trees are beautiful, but they're very dirty. They drop flower petals and large seed pods. They are moderately water-loving trees, not great for drought. They live only up to 50 years, and they're the national tree of Paraguay, not an equivalent replacement for majestic oak. As I mentioned, trees have many benefits, too many to name really. Tonight, I'll focus on the benefits around climate change and public health. The health benefits of trees are numerous and well documented, impacting both our physical and mental well-being. Here are some key ways trees contribute to a healthier life. Improved air quality, reduced heat stress, boosted immune system, increased physical activity, reduced noise pollution, reduced stress and anxiety, improved cognitive function. And did you know that in Japan, people actually go forest bathing? They go walk among the trees because it helps with their stress. It's very good for you. You should try it sometime. Also, it's been shown 2 recent studies that trees reduce ADHD on school campuses. Trees are amazing. They also reduce depression and the risk of mental illness, and they create greater social interaction opportunities. This mixed-use development project will have an adverse impact upon the public health of San Mateo's current residents because of the impacts of the tree removal. Now let me discuss climate change. Oak trees play a particularly significant role in the fight against climate change due to their unique characteristics and long lifespans. They have high carbon sequestration. Oaks are champions of carbon storage, with mature trees storing thousands of pounds of carbon dioxide through their lives. A single oak can absorb up to 48 pounds of CO2 per year, which translates to offsetting the emissions of a typical car driving 2,000 miles. Longevity. Oaks are notoriously long-lived trees, often reaching lifespans of several centuries. This allows them to accumulate and store carbon for extended periods, maximizing their climate impact. Resilience. Compared to other tree species, oaks have remarkable resilience to drought, pests, and disease. This ensures their carbon storage abilities persist even under changing environmental conditions. Habitat creation. Oak forests provide crucial habitat for diverse wildlife, contributing to healthy ecosystems that further support carbon sequestration and climate regulation. And this is one I didn't know. Soil carbonation. Oak roots promote healthy soil ecosystems, enhancing the soil's capacity to store carbon. This additional carbon storage further amplifies their overall climate impact. Oak trees are champions in the fight against climate change due to their exceptional carbon storage, longevity, and resilience. Protecting existing oak forests and promoting their sustainable management are vital steps in mitigating climate change and its impacts. According to the California Wildlife Foundation, greenhouse gas impacts of the proposed tree removals at 4779 9th Avenue must be analyzed and mitigated. The project's environmental analysis has no discussion of the greenhouse gases emissions of the proposed tree removals. Instead, it simply discusses trees that will be planted. California law requires the analysis and mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions associated with the proposed oak woodland or forest conversions. Can the city please clarify why no analysis has been done if this is the law? Every ton of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere by tree removals represents a measurable potential adverse environmental effect, which must be assessed and mitigated. I already, went through the benefits too quick. So this is a picture. I'm not sure if you guys were here at this time. I think this was in 2020 or 2021 when it was terrible outside because of the wildfires. Don't forget why we need trees. Right now, it's beautiful outside, it's clear, it's cool, but when it's smoky or hot, we really benefit from these trees. They are so important, and this is a really good reminder of why they're essential. I really do believe that we can work together to balance housing and economic growth and canopy preservation and growth. So my suggested next, and let me actually go back really quick. Let me just show you. On the left, we have the oak trees that I'm trying to save. And on the right is the blackwood acacia, which is an invasive species. It's from Australia, but it is a very good habitat for birds and insects and other native animals because of its really nice foliage. So suggested next steps, save trees 16, which is the blackwood acacia, 18 and 19, the coast live oaks. The proposed landscaping for the site will further impel the native California oak trees that are meant to stay standing at the site. An illustration on the 44th page of the project plan shows plantings under an oak tree, and planting design notes on the 48th page indicates all planted areas are to be watered with an approved underground irrigation system. Very few of the listed plant palette species are appropriate for planting under oaks, and lawn irrigation is detrimental to oak root health, as detailed in Care of California's native oaks. It sounds like, Linda, you guys are already kind of changing that so that they're not going to plant under the oak trees because it is, not good for them. And then to ensure tree preservation occurs for the trees that are planned to be saved on Claremont and 9th, each tree should have an individual plan for protection against damage during construction, The engineers must work with the arborist to develop plans to accommodate the roots, including protection from root damage and soil compaction by fencing, mulching, hand digging around large roots, alternate hardscape processes for footings, etc. Construction should not proceed without all of those plans in place, and the plan should be placed on the construction drawings. Penalties for each violation should be enforced, not just payment for killing a tree based on the tree appraisals. Severe tree damage may occur during construction, but results in death 10 years later after the developer is long gone. Accountability is the best at the time the damage or violation of the preservation plans. For every tree removed, I'm asking to have 2 trees planted. I believe Burlingame has 4 for every tree removed. The California Oak Foundation is recommending 10 trees to be planted for every one removed. I understand that's probably not realistic. I think 2 is pretty realistic. And the city can identify the locations that they want the trees planted and a native species. And there's experienced resources ready and willing to help. We have individuals from City Trees in Redwood City sitting over in the back. They've planted over 4,000 trees, I think, in Redwood City. And they've said that they could help us plant those trees in San Mateo if we can identify where would be a good place to put them. So the other thing I just wanted to say is that a modern and robust tree ordinance is really essential. Yes, we're trying to save these trees, but really we're trying to make sure that the trees are saved moving forward. We need to protect and expand the existing canopy. We need to maintain these trees. We need management inventory. We have no idea what trees we have or what we're losing. We need an emphasis on native species and drought-resistant trees and canopy equality. You'll notice that more of the affluent areas in San Mateo have more trees. Right? So we need to plant trees throughout the city and other neighborhoods to create that equality throughout the city. So ultimately, saving heritage trees should be viewed as an investment in our collective future. By acknowledging their irreplaceable value and exploring balancing preservation with development, we can create vibrant communities that provide for current needs without sacrificing the legacy and benefits these majestic giants offer for generations to come. So please, I urge you, find some way to save these trees. I understand that the building seems to be in the way. I would ask the builder, there's a courtyard in the middle of the building. Can we make that smaller? Can we somehow, because that would not impact the number of units in the space, but it would pull the building away from the street. If that's not possible, can we, like I said, add 2 trees for every one that he's taking out? And if we can't plant them on the site, we can plant them throughout the city and identify places where that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we are going to move on. Is there an applicant presentation? Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members. Stephen Siri here, project applicant. Thank you all for being here. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person. This date's unfortunately moved a little bit, and so it's very important for us to meet tonight, so I'm joining you virtually. If you can move to the next slide, please. Just as a quick overview, again, I'm Stephen Siri, principal of the Martin Group. We're a real estate development company, family-owned, locally based, have been developing throughout the Bay Area for 40 years, responsible for over 24 million square feet of development, including 20,000 housing units. We are partnered with BD Architects in the Guzzardo Partnership, our landscape architect, both who have significant experience in San Mateo. Next slide, please. Just as a quick overview, again, our project, which we've named Arbello, is a half mile from the Caltrain station. It's a transit-oriented, sustainable development, short 10-minute walk to the station. Residents and commercial office tenants will walk and bike throughout the downtown area. Next slide, please. Just some quick project statistics. Projects will include 120 residential units, 12 very low income units, which are much needed, and then 29,000 square feet of office. What the Planning Commission really appreciated about our proposal was the balanced growth of housing and jobs. 150 total parking stalls, 38 for the office, 112 for residential, as well as 144 bicycle parking spaces. One thing that I'd like to note is that this project is very sustainable in nature. It will be 100% all electric. We'll have 68 EV charging ready parking spaces. All irrigation will be low flow irrigation, as well as 100% low flow plumbing fixtures. Next slide. This project will also bring immense community benefits to San Mateo, including approximately $15 million in economic benefits. It will start chipping away at a very important housing goal. There's 7,100 homes in the San Mateo housing element that need to be built. This is a small project in the grand scheme of things, but 1.7% towards that goal is very important. Again, including 12 affordable units at the very low income level. Project will also create approximately 195 new residents, which will be shopping in the local stores throughout San Mateo, 136 permanent jobs, and 20,000 square feet of open space. Next slide, please. Again, here's an overview of the architecture, a timeless Spanish architecture design, something that we worked very hard on. This has been over a 2-year process with lots of great community input and a collaborative process with city staff and various stakeholders. We're really proud of this design. One of the planning commissioners actually shared that this was her favorite design of anything that's come through, and so we're very proud to have gotten to this point through a collaborative process. Next slide. Before I turn it over to our landscape architect, just to touch on a few elements related to the issue at hand tonight. We've taken a very hard look at our plans in coordination with our design team and arborists to determine what trees can be reasonably preserved in accordance with city tree ordinances and applicable laws, including CEQA. Removing trees is never an easy decision and not something that we take lightly. Our current plan includes preserving 14 trees. I will also note that this site has a history of multiple trees falling down. Notably last year in one storm, several trees actually fell down on the site and fell on 2 cars. Thankfully, no one was in the cars. Nobody was hurt. But as some of these trees get older, there are serious safety concerns that have to be taken into account. Our project will be removing, as proposed, 32 trees in accordance with the City San Mateo Code, which includes the payment of tree in lieu fees. Of the 32 trees that are removed, we are replacing them on a 1-to-1 basis. Again, this is something that we've taken into very detailed consideration. Specifically, the appellant has requested that we preserve 3 additional trees number 18, 19, and 16. All 3 of these trees conflict with the proposed building improvements and would result in a loss of approximately 18%, or 21 of the project's proposed units, which would render the project unfeasible. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our landscape architect, Paul Lettieri, principal of the Gazzardo Partnership, who can discuss some other key variables that we took into consideration here.
Good evening, Paul Lettieri, the Gazzardo Partnership. I want to be too repetitive with so much of what's been talked about, because some of the things I was going to say have been said twice now. So on the tree mitigation plan, if we go back to it, maybe I don't know how to go back here. There we go, just quickly. We've already sort of defined that trees 18 and 19 are both coast live oaks. They're very close to the building, such that the building foundations would require significant root removal as well as canopy removal, which would unbalance the trees, even if you could keep them, even if you tried to keep them. We don't think it's feasible, and neither does our arborist. And the tree 19's sort of at the sidewalk, which also causes an issue with the city's mandated city guidelines for how the new pedestrian ways will work. When we have a 14-foot wide sidewalk that goes through the site, and there's no way to do something like that adjacent to the tree. So the tree 19 is also raised above the ground a bit, so it's the relationship it has to the rest of the site is sort of a problem as well, given how close it is to the building. But its proximity to the building is the main problem. Does that go to the next one? I don't know. Can you go to the? Thank you. Tree number 3 we talked about a little bit is there a way to point on this? Or not? No, maybe just point to it. You know where it is. Is a tree that's, as we said, it's possible to preserve it. It's not a high value tree relative because of its species. It'll cost a parking space and some alteration of stormwater treatment if it were to be preserved. It's relatively low visibility. There's the possibility of doing it. We don't think it's a high value tree. We think the value is better actually in replanting. And one of the things we're doing is not on these plans yet, but something we've talked about is to plant 8 native trees along this railroad track and parking area, in addition to some of what you see planted now, which are not shown as native trees. Those 4 dark green trees are not native trees on the current plans, but they can become those. There's a couple of different species we're looking at. One of them's in the oak family. It's not a live oak, but it's a possibility. So some of the things that we've thought about with the plan itself is that we think we're providing a sort of a forward-looking view of how the pedestrian and public environment around this building works, thinking about the future, and that the trees that aren't as big now will become big trees. I know that's a common thing, and that's what happens. The street trees, as we said, are purview of the city of San Mateo. If the city wants to have different street trees, that can happen. We're using the trees that are required right now as part of the city's guidelines, so that's something that can happen. And also the planting under the trees, we're fine with the idea that we don't have to do planting under them. It is possible to do some planting under these oak trees, maybe not to the extent that's on the plans now. But low water use plants and trees like this that have been on a developed site for a long time, it's not the same as an oak tree that's sitting on a hillside and hasn't been touched for its entire life. These trees have had some rough activity around them in the past. We don't need to make it any more difficult, so we're happy to do whatever is mandated relative to the underneath tree number 17, I believe it is. And the last one, no. This landscape imagery is from our presentation to the Planning Commission. The left side of the drawing of the images show a little bit of a sense of what the character of the ground plane would be like. The upper right side of the left column there, there's a little sense of there's some seating areas in the plaza around the tree that's there. They would be on top of the paving, not dug into the ground. Bicycle racks and changes of material and places for people to hang out where they can actually enjoy the tree that is being retained, as well as the new ones that are being planted, which are significant. So with that, I think I can turn it back to Stephen in his virtual location for the rest of our presentation. Oh, that's it.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
I don't have much more to add at this time.
Okay, well, thank you very much to both of you for your comments, and thank you to the appellant for your presentation. So let's move on to any individual speakers. Madam Clerk.
Yes, in the council chambers, I have 9 public speakers. And in the Zoom environment, if you could raise your hand right now if you would like to speak. It's still going. Looks like 5 speakers there. So altogether, whoops. It looks like we have 15 speakers altogether.
Okay, so that is 2 minutes apiece? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Mary, that'll be 2 minutes. Okay. So thank you very much. We'll take our person speakers first. I'm going to call out the next 3 speakers and note that the timer will be up on the screen at 2 minutes. The first speaker will be Susan Jung, followed by David Light, and then Lori Watanuki.
Hello, I appreciate all the work that's being done for this project. When I heard that heritage trees were going to be cut down, I was very concerned because of the habitat and the beauty, the aesthetics that the older trees provide. Songbirds have been declining in their numbers over the last 30 years, and it's important to have the trees for their habitat as well as other mammals and birds and, insects and things like that. I would appreciate if the planning could create more of the native trees that are suitable for the environment, especially drought-resistant trees. It looks like a really nice project, and that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Light, followed by Lori Watanuki, and then Michael Weinauer.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and members of the City Council. My name is David Light. I live on Fremont Street. I'm really lucky because just to comment on some of the things that were said before, I have 2 heritage live oak trees in my backyard, so I really like live oak trees. And they're really wonderful trees. And in fact, during the Santa Rosa fire, we had hundreds of crows that were escaping the fire, and they stayed in our trees for a couple of months. So I read the arborist report, and I was very concerned about, they kept referring to the health of the live oak trees. And if you go there's a current pile of river rocks and synthetic plastic grass all around the trunks of these heritage trees, including tree 19. In order to preserve the health of these heritage trees, it's very important to remove these rocks and the synthetic grass and replace the areas around the trunk with bark or mulch to protect the tree roots. It's so important to maintain the health of these beautiful coastal live oak trees. Concerning tree replacement, if we can't keep these trees, and I think we should save the 3 trees. If we can't, we should have at least 2 trees replacing each tree that is removed. It takes a very long time for trees to mature. A live oak tree can grow for centuries with proper care, and a wide sidewalk could easily accommodate a wheelchair to go around tree 19. So if there's a creative design for a sidewalk, then this majestic tree could be in the middle. And this would also help control bicyclists and scooters on the sidewalk, which was a concern of Commissioner Patel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lori Watanuki, followed by Michael Weinauer, and then Maureen Killo.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and members of the City Council. My name is Lori Watanuki. And we do have concerns about the 32 trees and the 7 heritage trees being removed in the project. We are especially concerned about the 3 trees mentioned by Michelle Macara, which is black acacia, which is on the corner, and their 2 coast live oaks, number 18 and 19. These heritage trees are located around the perimeter of the project along 9th Avenue. There is a very large open space plaza in the center, which is on the 3rd floor. If the interior plaza is reduced in size, this could make a big difference for these 3 trees. The benefits are there would be more room for these 3 trees and also provide for a wider sidewalk. Now on the first floors, what we have are office, we've got a gym, we've got yoga studio. So these are amenities here in terms of the gym and the yoga, but there's quite a bit of office as well. But none of the housing units would be impacted. We do like the more traditional Spanish Revival architecture, which blends in better and adds more charm to our traditional neighborhood. It is a very nice-looking project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Weinhauer, followed by Maureen Kiloff, and then Francis Souza.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash, members of the council. Nice to see you all. Regarding this, fully support what the presentation that Michelle Macara gave. Excellent presentation. My name is Mike Weinhauer. I'm from the Central neighborhood, and you can see there's a lot of people that live in the neighborhood. These aren't outside interests or anything. These are people that literally live there. I go by those trees almost every day, and maybe as I age, I start to appreciate the fewer and fewer things that are actually older than me. And those trees were there when they called it the Twin Oaks Center, and it's hard not to be kind of, you see them and they're mirror images of each other. They're super cool, and they're truly irreplaceable, right? Unlike me, who's just old. This is sort of an appeal to really you, Mr. Siri, through the mayor. You don't have to do anything, right? The Housing Accountability Act gives you the ability to kind of tell us to take a hike. But I hope we're trying to appeal to your better judgment and the love and the things that the community is bringing here, and be creative, right? You've brought an amazing project to the neighborhood, really excited about it. It's gorgeous. It's one of the best ones I've seen in a long time. It's a challenge to be creative, and it's only impossible until it's done. I think it also does raise the important thing longer term of we need better objective design standards. Our arborists should be collecting that data, an inventory of our trees. What is the rate of the canopy decline? So we can incorporate those, and those are defensible against things like the Housing Accountability Act. It also underscores the importance of our need to push back against the state overreach and these ham-fisted laws that really tie your hands in a case like this. I have concerns about our dedicated arborist not doing this him or herself versus outsourcing this to a consultant. That should not be happening. There should also be a vote by the council after appeals are made to determine whether it was frivolous or not, and you should consider giving a refund. That's a lot of money, and it quells appealing for good reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Maureen Kilo, followed by Francis Souza, and then Laura Wood.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Maureen Kilo, and I live on 4th Avenue, which is considered a gateway street as well as an equity priority neighborhood. There are very few majestic trees on the east side of San Mateo, and we need to improve the aesthetics and the tree imbalance in these lower income neighborhoods. The benefits of increasing the tree canopies would help reduce diesel particulates in these gateway communities that are especially exposed to toxic pollutants given their proximity to the 101, 92, El Camino Real, the rail corridor, and minor arterials. We also need a city tree plan which encourages the retention of heritage trees and the growth of more street trees in our older, more historic neighborhoods. A drip irrigation system for the first 3 years would encourage the growth of more street trees in these lower income and gateway neighborhoods. This action would not only add to the beautification to the entrance of our city downtown, but to our older historic neighborhoods. Thank you for considering how important trees are to beautify these areas and help make our cities something to be proud of.
Thank you. Next speaker, Francis Souza, followed by Laura Wood, and then Lisa Vandevoorde.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. My name is Francis Souza, and my husband and I live on South Delaware Street and walk by these trees more than once a day. We love all of the old growth trees along 9th Avenue, and my preference is to be able to keep them, but I understand with regulations we may not be able to, but I think this points us in the direction of creating a stronger tree ordinance for our city in general, with a balance between economic growth and canopy preservation, where projects are designed with nature in mind. And I do really appreciate this project, but I think if the city is stronger in our defense of our old growth trees, we might be able to preserve more trees from the very beginning. We need to treat our native species, old-growth trees, as a city treasure to ensure that they're properly cared for as well as protected from removal when at all possible. These trees not only enhance the beauty of our city, but offer many environmental benefits as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Laura Wood, followed by Lisa Vandervoorde, and then Tom Lees.
For being here. I live in Parkside, and we don't have a lot of trees east of 101, but I'm really ask you to reach out to an organization named Canopy to partner with them. They work with cities across the peninsula to preserve these old trees, and they have the expertise to actually look at the trees and tell you what to do. I would ask that you inventory the trees as well, and also just be more equitable as far as planting trees throughout San Mateo. Oaks are a symbol of power, justice, strength, and honesty. Please protect these beautiful trees on the perimeter of this site and preserve our urban canopy. Stay true to your stated big ideas and my big ideas, because I went to a lot of those meetings, of balancing growth and change and preserving nature as the foundation of our city. Let your legacy be one of protecting our environment and the health of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Vandervoorde, followed by Tom Lees, and then we'll move to remote comments.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and City Council members. My name is Lisa Vandervoorde, and I've been a resident of San Mateo for over 30 years. I support Michelle Macara's comments and those expressed by Central Neighborhood residents on tree preservation tonight. These points include saving 3 trees, the black acacia and the 2 coast live oaks, reducing the size of the interior plaza to make room for these 3 trees on 9th Avenue, and improve the sidewalk area for live oak tree number 19. Selecting 2 trees for each removed and more mature trees for heritage tree replacements. Improving tree equity in lower income neighborhoods, and providing a more robust and objective tree ordinance to protect and preserve our heritage trees for future generations. I'm not against housing or this project. By the way, I think it's beautiful and probably one of the best I've seen in a very long time. But we do need a better balance between housing and economic growth and canopy preservation and growth. Yay for housing and yay for shade. And thank you for supporting both. Thank you very much.
And next speaker is Tom Lees.
Hi, I'm glad to be here. Great presentation, especially by the lady from, sorry. I was kind of shocked when I read that San Mateo Heights removed 327 trees and 145 heritage trees. And one of the greatest things about San Mateo and the most hardest or irreplaceable things are our trees. And I think we should take a lesson from Burlingame and have us replace 4 trees for every one we remove, and also ban leaf blowers, gas leaf blowers, so we can have more songbirds. And I just think that that the city needs to have better tree ordinance, tree management, arborists. We need to have a plan for managing our tree resources. It's one of the most important resources we can have. We have an incredible problem with pollution, greenhouse, climate change, and one of our best resources for climate change, and as was stated in the presentation, mental health, sense of calmness, beauty, and carbon storage are our trees. So I think we need to prioritize our trees at a higher level. I mean, we need housing, sure, but are we just going to have a landscape desecrated with no trees? One of the things I notice when I go to the other side of the freeway is there's no trees there, and that makes a big difference in the feeling of the neighborhood. So I propose that we, when we have these developments, we have tree replacement over on the east side where there's not enough trees, so we can have some equity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to our public comment in Zoom. We have 6 hands raised. So first speaker will be Kristen Bortolotti, followed by Wendy Lane, then Robin Gage, then Gita Dev, then Ken Chan, and ending with Jordan Grimes. So Kristen, please go ahead.
Hello, all. I would first like to say thank you to the mayor and the speakers. You guys asked all the questions I wanted to ask, and thank you to Mr. Siri for protecting tree number 11. That was the first one on my list, and I'm so glad that you see the value in it and how wonderful it is. But like all the other wonderful people here tonight, I really think we need to do everything we can to try and protect tree number 19. Over 120-something pollinators use coast live oaks as a foundational plant, let alone all the different birds and random wildlife. We cannot replace that. It will not be replaced in our lifetimes. I did not hear tonight, granted I was cooking dinner while I was listening to you guys, but I did not hear tonight how old that tree actually is. I know it's much smaller than tree 11 that's being saved, but it's never going to be able to be replaced. And as much as I love the idea of more housing and more people being able to enjoy our wonderful city, I want them to be able to enjoy the wonderful city that we have with all our beautiful trees and landscape and everything that makes me so grateful to call this place home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Wendy Lane. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I too, I have a property on 9th Street and love the neighborhood, and just want to underscore a few of the great ideas that have come out tonight. And thank you so much to Michelle, our wonderful speaker. I would like to see this framed as a win-win discussion. We want the property to look fabulous. We want people to rush to the office to rent those units. So we are with the applicant on that, but we also want it to be beautiful. I love the idea of at least 2 trees, replacing every tree that gets removed. I'd also like to beg for more mature trees. Frankly, it breaks my heart when we think about removing these grand, old, large trees with 2 to 3 foot boxed plants. I believe I heard 24 to 36 inches. I get it, 20 years from now, they'll look better, but the drawings you present us, you, the developer, show these beautiful trees, but they're like 2 stories high. They will get there eventually, but I'd love to see dollars invested. As I say, think of it as a win-win. And I'd love to see something citywide. Finally, just a quick note, the name Arbello, I'm no linguist, but calls to my mind, arbol is Spanish for tree and bello is beautiful. So I love the name. Let's make this a beautiful project that lives up to the name Arbello. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Gage. Please go ahead. Robin, you're unmuted. Okay, we'll come back to you. Gita Dev, please go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. My name is Gita Dev, and I represent the Sierra Club, and our members have spoken in support of this project earlier. It does maximize the entire site, but we really appreciated the jobs housing balance and the affordable housing it provides. However, we understand now that unfortunately several heritage trees along the site edges that we expected could be saved are in fact planned to be removed. As many speakers have said, live oaks are indeed a keystone species. They are part of the city's natural capital. And saving each and every mature specimen is really important as it supports our health and our livability. However, if the owner is not willing or able to save the other two oaks, the 18 and 19, we have a possible suggestion for saving what we see as an iconic cluster of 3 live oaks and a habitat island. That's really important. Only one of those 3 is being saved. What we wonder is, can we replace the other 2 oaks with very large boxed specimens, 72-inch or 84-inch. I have seen that done as an architect very successfully, and Councilmember Hedges spoke to that too. That they be provided to replace the trees that are being removed, and if more space is needed for the new tree wells, that the city consider widening the sidewalk. There is no parking allowed in front of those trees. That is not a parking space. There is on Claremont Street a bulb out for the extremely large oak tree that is being saved. Why couldn't we do the same thing here and save an iconic set of 3 oak trees that are native?
Thank you.
That provide the island.
Thank you, Geeta. We actually accidentally restarted the timer. I believe you've used up your time. Thank you. Ken Chan, please go ahead.
Good evening, members of the San Mateo City Council. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the senior organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to thank staff for all their hard work in putting together their presentation on this specific item. On behalf of HLC, I'd like to express our support for the 477 9th Ave proposal by the Martin Group before you tonight. I'd like to emphasize that for people, especially your community members, to be and to stay well both physically and mentally, for your children to grow and to flourish, we need to make sure that all of us have housing that we can count on. A stable home anchors our health and provides the ladder to future success. Our children won't get very far if we don't plan for their housing needs and the needs of the people in our communities. The 477 9th Avenue proposal can be a part of those plans. We're 120 new homes. Where of the 120 new homes, 12 will be affordable for your community members who are making between 30 and 50% of the AMI right now and for the future. Based on their location, these homes can play a crucial role in enhancing your city's downtown vibrancy. They offer your residents the option to utilize Caltrain for their daily commute, and most importantly, they provide a safe and secure place for 12 of your most vulnerable community members to call home. We urge you to deny the appeal before you and to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jordan Grimes.
Yes, good evening, staff and council. Jordan Grimes, 19th Avenue Park, speaking only on my own behalf. I want to support the quick denial of the appeal tonight. Tree canopy is obviously important and beneficial to our community, but more so is the new housing this project will bring to the city in the midst of a severe and long-standing housing shortage. Where possible, we should do what we can to preserve existing trees, but in cases like this, where it's clear that retaining the trees in question would result in the loss of units that would render the project infeasible, housing is the clear priority. Contrary to previous comments, the addition of new housing will improve, not detract from the quality of life for our residents. I would also note that for those concerned about environmental issues, UC Berkeley's local government climate policy tool shows that increasing our infill housing stock is the single most effective greenhouse gas reduction mechanism the city can take up. Finally, I'd say that for those concerned about the loss of tree canopy, I'd suggest the council consider the establishment of a municipal urban greening program decoupled from development requirements with a focus on areas with lower tree canopy like North Central, Shoreview, and Parkside in order to ensure our tree canopy thrives and increases across the city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and we'll try one more time. Robin Gage, can you please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having microphone issues earlier. I appreciate you coming back to me.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I just heard about this meeting and the trees being removed. I'm deeply sad. I am a 20-year resident of Sunnybray. The 9th Avenue is a gateway really to the central and the Sunnybray neighborhoods, lower income neighborhoods than the rest of the city. I think as Michelle, I think was a speaker, she spoke that, these trees are part of our neighborhood. They are our neighbors. And they provide a wealth of health benefits to the community. And I would say from both mentally and then just as she mentioned, their contribution in terms of climate. I would ask also the developer, I appreciate the building looks nice from just what I've seen of it. I don't know if there's a way to reduce office space and preserve housing units and preserving the trees. I don't know if that option's been reviewed or not, but it would be really beneficial. I think the residents living there would appreciate the large mature trees and the fact that they've been a part of the neighborhood for so long. I would also just ask, I like Michelle's idea about making sure that we start tracking the tree reduction in San Mateo and that we look to strengthen our tree ordinance to make sure that we're not losing so much of our natural beauty and health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, we are done with public comment.
All right, thank you very much. I'll close public comment on this and come back. The appellant has 5 minutes if you wish to do a rebuttal.
Thank you, council members and mayor. So again, not against housing, not against this project, not against the builder, just want to save these trees because they're really part of San Mateo and they're so important to our city, to our public health, which I really think removing these trees will have a negative impact on our public health and on climate change. I have support from so many organizations that I've talked to, California Relief, California Council of Urban Forestry, I've spoken to Canopy, City Trees, the Sierra Club, the Audubon Society. They all agree that it's important, so important to save our urban canopy. And, I ask the builder, again, there's a very large courtyard in the middle of the building. Most of the space around the trees in the front is office space, lobby area, gym, there's a club room. If they were to make that the courtyard smaller and put more housing units inside, the number of housing units would not be impacted by pulling it in and making this courtyard smaller. The trees could be saved, the number of housing units would be saved. It would be a win-win situation. And that's what we're asking. I think this is the right thing to do. And, I understand that the builder's here to make money, but he also lives in Orinda, in a place surrounded by trees. And he's coming here to San Mateo and taking the few heritage trees that we have out. And that doesn't sit well with me. So I ask you to please consider this. Please save these few trees. Out of the 32, we're asking for 3. And I think it's the right thing to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we have the applicant rebuttal.
First off, I'd like to just thank everybody from the community and their comments coming out this evening. This has been a 2-year-plus project for us, and it's been a good public process. I think just to touch on, I guess, one recurring comment related to amending the design to a smaller courtyard. It's really not that simple, and it's not feasible to do so. There are profound impacts that preserving these trees would have throughout the building, including the parking, amenities, office, all things that are very important for creating a quality home for people to live in. I think I would just end with, we have made all reasonable efforts to preserve the trees that we can while providing a lot of other very significant community benefits as previously mentioned. Our project is in full compliance with the city tree ordinance, all other applicable laws, and what we have put in place here has been a process that has been reviewed very closely with our design team. I think my last comment is a lot of the comments I've heard this evening are really related to the city's tree ordinance and not necessarily this project. With that, again, we are in full compliance with the city's ordinances and what is reasonable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siri. So I will bring it back for comment from our fellow council members who would like to start the public comment. Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you, through the mayor. I thank everybody who came out to give comments tonight. And I just feel that we're having two conversations at once. Should we uphold or deny an appeal of this project, which meets objective design standards and falls under parameters of the Housing Accountability Act? And could we consider changes to our tree ordinances in the future that could protect more of our mature trees and increase the number of trees in our city and their benefits? On a high level, I feel that I appreciate the comments for the second discussion and would be willing to continue that conversation on a separate occasion in the future. But I think based on what we know about the project, state law, and more that's been discussed in our presentation and at the Planning Commission, I don't think the second conversation moves me to uphold the appeal, and indeed, I feel that we really cannot do so tonight. It's always unfortunate to lose trees, and especially heritage trees. I don't think anyone's disputing that. But after watching the Planning Commission meeting and reading this staff report and seeing the presentation before us tonight, I believe that staff and the applicant made reasonable assessments of the situation, and I'm comfortable with their conclusions. The project is saving 2 heritage oaks, including the largest heritage tree on site, and it makes what seem to be thoughtful plans to ensure that those remain healthy through construction. 37 trees are being planted to replace the 37 trees that are being removed. And due to the Housing Accountability Act, I don't feel like we, I think it's been explained that we cannot necessarily find that the loss of trees is subjecting this to a danger to public safety such that would allow for a denial of the project. So, as I mentioned, I appreciate the comments on potential changes to our ordinances. They resonate with me, and I'm open to hearing more of that offline. But that would be a separate discussion in the future. Today, we have the current ordinances we have, and the applicant has met the requirements of those. And for that reason, I will be voting to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Councilmember Hedges.
First, I'd like to thank the staff for a really good detailed report. I appreciate it. And thank Mr. Siri for coming and discussing it. My hope was to save a couple of the trees. I've been a long 25-year advocate for housing. I would have to, though, in full transparency, say that I did make, I think, about 3 on specific items, negative comments on a development, but that's not going to change my judgment of the development or close my mind to it. It was just simply comments I made at the neighborhood meeting. So saying that, I understand that there's nothing we can do officially, I'm hoping that the better angels would allow us to at least keep tree 19. From things I've heard tonight, it doesn't sound that it's going to happen, but if wishes came true, we'd have that tree. So I'm also going to vote to deny the appeal, but I'm doing it with a heavy heart because I love these trees. I walked the project during the time that it was coming before us to see what I thought could be done. Tree 19 was one I thought we might be able to save. So again, this is a good project. I'm very high on the housing. I wouldn't label it transit-oriented because there aren't services around it, but certainly within the half-mile radius. So again, thank you for everything that was done tonight, both our staff and for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you for everyone's comments, very thoughtful and constructive. And I would agree with my council members. We have a tough job at hand running the city and balancing competing priorities. And so I think that I appreciate Councilmember Lorraine's making the very clear distinction between the discussion about reviewing our tree preservation and our tree canopy policy and replacement policies. All of those things I think are very worthwhile efforts, and I'm certainly open to those conversations and have been actively participating in them. And then decoupling that from the decision before us, which is has this project met the objective design standards? Is there basis for the appeal? I think we know where we are and the constraints that we're working on. I did want to specifically mention that there's been a lot of shared discussion about our love of trees and our desire to have a flourishing tree canopy and urban forest in our city, and that's something that's so important to us as a community for our health and for our environment. I can say with all the authority that I have, no one loves more trees more than our former city arborist, Matthew Freed. And I have so much faith and trust in his professionalism. And when he went about reviewing our city tree master plan and at a street level and figuring out what tree species will be successful where, he's thinking about climate resiliency. He knows that trees are falling down in certain places. He knows what species are surviving and thriving, and which ones are failing in our city. And so I really want to underscore the hard work, professionalism, and expertise that is in-house in our city with our staff. Unfortunately, Matthew Reed is no longer with us, but he is one of many experts that we rely on in our city, and so I know that we can say with high confidence that our city is working with good information and very strong analysis in our tree planning, and it's really Matthew's credit and the legacy that he left this city when he took a surplus of in lieu fees and planted hundreds of trees in North Central. So there has been and there will continue to be equitable tree planting in our city that we should feel very proud of. And that happens through the development process. That happens through the values alignment that is already in our city staff, in the ways that our city staff is embracing the vision that we have of our future and who we want to be as a community. So as a resident of North Central, as a resident who who has lived in the tree desert, as a resident who has benefited from the city of San Mateo's tree policy that brought in lieu replacement tree fees to my neighborhood to bring equity. That all happened. That all happened in our lifetime, and that happened because of developments and because of policies that have already been in place. So I think that we have actually a lot to be grateful for and a lot to be thankful and proud of when we talk about what is actually happening in the city of San Mateo. And I say that as as a resident of the equity priority area that was mentioned numerous times in this conversation. The other thing that I want to talk about is and bring into this conversation is the point about community health. And I met with the the group that made this appeal, and Michelle, and her presentation was very well done. And I pointed her to our county documents and our county public health website. And I just wanted to read something I think is really pertinent and important to this conversation when we're talking about those trade-offs between our built environment, the need for housing, the need for the affordability crisis, and our sustainability goals, right? And so our own county health department issued the following report on housing state stability and health. And I'll just read, a couple excerpts here. The health impacts of housing instability are particularly intense for children, causing behavioral problems, depression, low birth weights, and other health conditions like asthma. Housing instability can also slow educational progress by disrupting instruction and cognitive development and making it difficult to find a quiet place to study. Studies have found children who move frequently have a 1-year academic delay, lower test scores, and a lower likelihood of finishing school. Displaced children are far more likely to have excessive and frequent absences from school. Children in crowded housing have lower math and reading achievements and behavioral problems. As lower income parents and children are displaced, that's displaced in our community, in our county of San Mateo, those remaining are often marginalized in schools and school decision making, further perpetuating educational segregation and marginalizing working class families. The list goes on. So when we are addressing community health, I think it's very important as a public health professional. I think it's incredibly important that we talk about community health and the nexus of community health and housing, because that is a very real part of this conversation and the decision points that we have when we are evaluating whether projects meet objective design standards and the kind of expectations that we set for developers in our city. So I'll stop there. So far, I'm in agreement, and I think you know where my vote will be.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Newsom.
I just want to start off by thanking you, Mr. Siri. I hope that you don't misconstrue my comments about wanting to save the trees as not being for this project. I've spent a lot of time looking at this project. It's 3 blocks from my house. I've been walking this neighborhood every weekend for over 20 years. And I think that the building design is beautiful. So I'm looking forward to having the Arbello in my neighborhood and welcoming my new neighbors. That said, I know we've appealed to you, but anything you could do to try to preserve some of these heritage trees along the southwest corner would be appreciated. And I'm also just a little upset in the fact that it doesn't sound as though our city arborist did an independent review of the plan as opposed to just reviewing your plans. And that's not to besmirch your arborist, but I think going forward, we should be having our city do an independent review. One of the questions that popped in my mind, which I wasn't able to ask, was, with some of the slightly less mature trees, for example, some of the medium-sized oaks, could we look at moving those to Central Park? We've lost several trees this past year in Central Park. That would have been something that I wish that our arborist had looked at. That said, the law is the law. We need housing, and so I'm going to have to follow the letter of the law. But Mr. Siri, anything you can do to help us preserve these historic trees would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the Martin Group, all the people who presented tonight, Mr. Siri and Michelle Macara, and all the community members. I don't think I heard one person say they didn't like the project. And that's actually a pretty unusual thing to happen when it's a large project in a residential area. So I think kudos to the design and the development, kudos to the community for understanding the potential of this project. And I think as Deputy Mayor Newsom said, we all look forward to having this project in our midst, welcoming our new neighbors, and just seeing how beautiful development can be. I think all I'm hearing and how I am feeling is that we do have to do everything we possibly can to save our trees or to offset what is going on. I cannot be the one to arbitrate whether something is too close or not too close. I also would love to see tree number 19 in particular saved. But if it has been judged that those 3 trees cannot be saved, I would appeal to the Martin Group to say, can you commit to the 2-for-1 trees as opposed to 1-to-1, and then plant those trees with the help of the city in some of our equity neighborhoods so that this turns into an example we can use of a development that is helping our neighborhood, of trees that are helping our city, and that we can say we would love to welcome the Martin Group back for another project because we have such good partnership. Now, absolutely, that is a request. I also will be voting to deny the appeal, but I think you're hearing a lot of residents and a lot of people say with all good intentions, we would love to be able to find a win-win for our community. So with that, I will, okay.
So I left this out earlier. I dropped it off. It's on my notes that I wanted to say it. I think tonight we demonstrated the San Mateo way. I really want to thank everybody that spoke tonight in a measured and polite and understanding fashion. I don't think that happens a lot in cities anymore. It happens more often in San Mateo than I think anywhere else, and I'm thankful for it. So I just wanted to thank everybody.
Thank you. So may I have a motion? Can you maybe put up the screen? A motion to
Mayor
adopt
Diaz-Nash,
the, yes.
I can interject if you like. Instead of reading the entire slide,
I was just going to say what the screen says.
You
Yeah.
could just move the staff recommendation.
Okay, right. Do I have a motion to move the staff recommendation?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will close the public hearing, and I would like to take a short break. So 5 minutes, then back we come to go on to the mid-year budget. Go for it. you, everyone. We are moving on to new business, and I cannot see Councilmember Lee, so I'm assuming she is. Okay, great. Just want to make sure we were all here. So we are moving on to new business. Item number 14, the 2023-2024 mid-year budget update. And we are going to get a presentation from our wonderful finance director, Karen Huang. Director Huang, over to you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Karen Huang, Finance Director with the City of San Mateo. Tonight, I'm presenting the city's mid-year budget update. The purpose of the mid-year update is to inform the Council and the public the status of the city's finances midway through the fiscal year. It's built based on what we have seen and new information that is available now, but was not available at the time when the budget was developed. Okay, slide number 1 is an overview of the citywide revenue. In our current adopted budget, we included $296 million in total revenues. As you can see, general fund is the biggest piece. It has more than 50% of the total revenue for the entire city.
If I could ask you just to speak a little closer to the mic, so.
Yes, I'll put it
Thank you very
closer.
much.
Is it better?
That's yes, thank you.
Okay.
Don't feel bad, I get asked that.
Yeah.
What?
This is actually my first presentation in front of the council. So I'll try to adjust to it. Slide number 2 is an overview of the citywide operating budget, which is $239 million for the current fiscal year, including all the funds combined. Again, as we can see on this pie chart, general fund, sewer fund, and the construction service fund is the 3 major funds for the city. And combine the 3 of them, they actually occupy 95% of the citywide operating budget. So tonight, in our mid-year update, we are going to focus on these 3 major funds, and particularly the general fund, because it's our primary operating fund, and it's the biggest piece in the pie. The next slide is an overview of our mid-year projection. As you can see here, we have 3 columns here. Column 1 is our amended budget, column 2 is our mid-year projection, and column 3 is our budget variance. The council may remember back in June when the council approved the adopted budget, we are projecting a budget deficit of $12.6 million. And since July, we have approved multiple supplemental budget amendments. I think combined it's $4.8 million total, and out of that, $3 million actually is dedicated for the storm improvement and wet weather improvement. So because of all the supplemental budget approved since July, now we are looking at an amended budget at $17.2 million deficit. But with mid-year projection, combining all the new information come to life, we are projecting our total revenue is going to be at $161.3 million and total expenditure at $169.5 million. And so we will end the fiscal year most likely with only $8 million in deficit. Okay, the next slide, it's a picture that shows us how we are doing. The general fund performing year over year. We have a slide here showing you the actual from fiscal year 2016-17. The red line on the top is our total revenues. And the green bars are the operating expenditures. The purple bars are general fund's contribution to the CIP projects. So every time you see the green and purple combine, they're under the red line. That means we are operating with a surplus. When they combine, go beyond the red line, that means we are drawing down on the general fund balance and we are operating with a deficit. On the far right, you will see our mid-year forecast for the current fiscal year, which the green and purple combined is now above the red line. That's the $8 million deficit we were talking about earlier. I want to point out here, the purple bar here, it's bigger than the previous years. And as you can see, during the pandemic, the 2 years, we put in less than normal to our capital projects, because at that time we are facing a lot of uncertainties. We need to focus all the resources, making sure we provide all the essential city services, and we scale back on our contribution and investment into our capital projects. And now we cannot defer any further, so we actually make necessary contribution into all the critical projects that we need, and therefore a bigger purple bar here showing on the chart. In this slide, you will see the general fund's major revenues. The top 4 revenues are property tax, sales tax, real property transfer tax, and TOT, which is transient occupancy tax, also known as hotel tax. So the next few slides, we are going to go a deeper dive into these top 4 revenues. First up is our property tax. It's the general fund's largest and most reliable and stable revenue source. Property tax has been growing nicely over the past 12, 13 years. And current fiscal year, we are projecting $78.4 million, which is tracking a little above our original budget. So we are on track and even come up with a little favorable variance compared to our original budget. However, we do have some concerns on the horizon for our property tax. One is the housing market. We are currently in a high interest rate environment, which means borrowing is really costly now. It does have an impact on our housing and how the market reacts to it. We have seen home sale, the volume of home sale have dropped, and price also have dropped, but now actually stabilized. So we are anticipating our assessed value is going to, the growth is continue, but it's going to slow down a bit, as you can see from this slide. But our staff is projecting this is going to be a temporary issues because the demands in our region is still really strong for housing. So once interest rates start to come down, we are expecting housing market is going to be active again. Another longer-term concern for the property tax is VLF shortfall. We are going to talk about that in the next slide here. Property tax in lieu of VLF is a major component of the city's property tax. As you can see here, the blue and the orange combined are the property tax in lieu VLF that the city entitled. But it's not all available to the city all at once. The blue bars are the fundings available. The orange are the funding that we don't have. It's a shortfall. So currently, the mechanic that we have to get the money back is for the San Mateo County to file a claims to the state of California every year in August, and have the state to include that into their proposed budget each year. And so we'll have the money back in about 2 years. We have a 2-year gap. There's a delay, but we get our money back. However, because of the state's deficits, we are at risk of not getting the money this year. So let's go back to this slide. We circled the 2 shortfall here in the center, which is $4.1 million for fiscal year 2022-23 and $6.7 million shortfall for the current fiscal year. Normally, the $4.1 million is going to come in next year, and the $6.7 million is going to come in the following years. And these two are at risk right now. And we also project that the shortfall is going to continue to grow in the future years as more and more school district is going to shift from non-basic A to basic A status. So if that's something going to happen in the future, it's going to impact the city's funding for essential city services. Let's go to the next one. The second largest revenue source for the general fund is our sales tax. Here we see the blue bar is the 1% sales tax, which is our basic sales tax. The yellow bar is the measure as revenue. And combined, these two is the city's total sales tax for general fund. We are projecting the sales tax is going to stay flat, which is going to be around 29.9 million for the current fiscal year. The reason why it stayed flat is that the last 2 years we have seen sales tax bounce back really strong from the pandemic, and it's contributed to consumers' spending and also the high inflation, and that has tempered down. And so it's normal to have a year that we see some adjustment. So it's not a bad sign, it's just that it will stay flat for a year. Moving on to property transfer tax. This one is a tax revenue that it's really unpredictable. It's really sensitive to economic changes, especially it's relating to home sale volume and the price. And when both jobs, the impact to this tax revenue is significant. During COVID, we actually have seen this property transfer tax grow dramatically for 2 years, but since the interest rate has been staying up so high, mortgage rate is now, 30 years mortgage rate is now at between 7% and 6.5%. It really have a damper effect on this tax revenue. So we are projecting this revenue is going to end the fiscal year at $7 million. The next tax revenue we are going to look at is our hotel tax, TOT. This revenue has experienced a V-shaped recovery. During COVID, this revenue source have dropped down to below $1 million. Originally, we are projecting this revenue is going to be around $6 million for the current year, and then back to the $7 million baseline next year. However, due to a potential hotel closure, we are adjusting the current year projection from $6 million now down to $5.3 million. And we are going to keep a close eye at the development of the latest news and incorporate that into the new fiscal year budget development. Again, staff is projecting our general fund expenditure is going to have a budget saving around $7.1 million, and this is mainly because of staff vacancy savings. Now let's take a look at the general fund balance. We ended the last fiscal year with a surplus of $6.4 million. And now we are projecting the current year with an $8 million deficit. So general fund is going to end the current fiscal year with about $109.9 million in the fund balance. And how is that distributed among different reserve accounts? We have a city policy to set aside 25% of the general fund's budgeted expenditures to something we call the operating reserve. So this is going to be around $39.4 million, and $5.9 million is for housing set aside for our affordable housing development, and 8.3 is currently committed to CIP project, so it's not at our discretion. The remaining balance is our rainy day reserve, which we are projecting to be about $56.3 million. So the next slide shows us how long we have come for our general fund. As you can see, 10 years ago, our general fund balance have less than $40 million in our fund balance. This has been growing and building for over the last 10 years in order to get to where we are today, which is the yellow bar on the right. Although we are experiencing a deficit, we are still going to have nearly $110 million in the general fund, which means the general fund is still in good health. We are financially healthy. So that's really thanks to our previous and current council's leadership, always keep an eye on the long term, always plan on the city's finance really carefully, and that's why we are being really responsible with our resources. And so with that, I finished the general fund's mid-year update, and I'm going to move on to, before we go to the next major fund, I would like to mention the general fund's challenges. Although we are financially healthy, the general fund does have some concern and challenges that we need to point out, which is the cost of providing essential city services. The costs have gone up dramatically. So in order to maintain our service level, we have to really plan on how to spend our resources more carefully. Also, the city have long-term legally obligated obligations, such as the unfunded pension liability that we have to address. We also have to maintain city facility and aging infrastructure. There's a lot of needs over there. When we are planning on maintaining services, addressing long-term liability issues, and fixing infrastructure and addressing aging facility, we also need to strike a balance on how to maintain a longer-term financial health for the city. So those are all the challenges that we have to face. One of the things that we always struggle with is that our demands are always higher than our resources. So we'll include that into our new fiscal year budget studies session to bring it back to the council on how are we going to better use our rainy day reserve. We need to strike a balance to keep enough reserve in the rainy day, but also make the money go to work for us and put it into the right place. So in April, we are going to have a budget preview to show the council what the new fiscal year look like, and at that time, we'll bring back some option for the council to consider and ask for council direction what to do. Moving on to our next major fund, which is our Construction Service Fund. This fund is a location where we collect all our building permit revenues, and we also keep track of all the related expenditures. So on the revenue side, we are projecting that we are bringing in a $9.2 million on this building permit revenues, and expenditure-wise, we are tracking nicely against the budget, which is about $11.7 million. Transfer out is going to be right on target. So we are expecting to draw down on the fund balance by about $8 million. In the past, this fund has built up so much reserve to a point that it's over $40 million. So we are actually right on track to spend the money and right-size this fund, and hopefully in a few years we'll bring the fund balance back down to about $20 million, and that's the goal. And lastly, we have our sewer fund. Here we have our budget projection, have a $2 million budget variance, favorable variance for our revenue. And expenditure-wise, we are going to have some budget saving, and mostly it's, again, due to staff vacancy savings. Transfer to CIP is projected at $55.8 million, and we are expecting to draw down on the unrestricted fund balance by $20 million. So with that, I conclude tonight's mid-year presentation, and I'm here to answer any question you may have.
Thank you very much, Director Huang. Who would like to ask the first question? Councilmember Lorraine, do you have any questions? No? Councilmember Hedges? No? Okay, Councilmember Lee, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Newsom. I think so, huh?
Yes, just two quick questions. Could you bring up the last two slides for a minute?
Sure.
So it's just a question of, when we look at the net, our net projection was a loss of 26.5. We actually had a loss of 20.1. The variance is 6.4, but it's still a net loss, right?
So we are originally projecting to draw down by 26.5, but we ended with less. So the drawdown is less, meaning that we have budget savings, mostly because we bring in more revenue and spending less than we originally budgeted.
So we are actually positive, not negative? Okay,
Yes.
that was it. I was going to ask you the same question about the previous slide, but that's it. Thank you for clarifying.
Great. Number one, thank you to you and your team. This is incredibly important and really valuable, so thank you very, very much. And I think just to make the point, that a lot of our expenditure savings this year were due to staff vacancies. And that's not a good thing, is it? That's my question.
Yeah, currently the city have a 10% vacancy, but we have seen a lot of movement and a lot of equipment is now open and we are bringing in new staff. So we are expecting we are going to fix the vacancy issue in the coming months.
Yeah, and I was fortunate enough to be at the recent new hire and promotion ceremony. There were many, many, many new hires, so that's off to the side, but that was great news. Great news, keep it up. And then on the Measure S slide, I used to be on the Measure S committee, so I apologize, I go back to this a lot. It looks like that the percentage of Measure S as part of the total is in the bar chart. Where are we? Flat for the past 3 years. Oh, there it is. One more. Okay, so, relatively, in the past 2 years, relatively similar, but as a percentage, is it my eyes, or it looks like the percentage of total sales tax that Measure S is bigger than it used. It's growing slightly bigger.
Yeah, actually it is bigger because overall everything is more expensive and people does have a lot of income to spend on goods and therefore sales tax has gone up strongly and stronger than what we originally expected coming out from the pandemic. So we are projecting our Measure S revenue is going to be really stable. It's growing slowly, but stable. In our 5-year forecast for our Measure S committee meeting coming up on Thursday, I'm going to share with the committee that our 5-year forecast built in a 2% year-over-year assumption for the revenue growth. So it's not growing really fast, but we are expecting to see growth.
Right, but it seems like it's growing a little bit bigger as a total percentage of total. So just something I would be interested in holding on to,
Sure. The Measure S is currently projected at about 7.1 million. So for the next year, we are projecting to bring in similar, around 7.1 and 7.2 million dollars just for the Measure S portion.
Okay, thank you. And just to confirm for the property transfer tax, and that we had passed, the voters had passed, an increase on if it was over $10 million, the property transfer. We have not had any of those yet, have we?
No, we haven't received any Measure CC money.
Okay, so that's always an opportunity, but as of yet, we have not realized that. Okay, and let's see, challenges. Yeah, on the construction services fund revenue, if you could go to that, so where are we? There we are. Okay, so I'm assuming that the revenue surplus, I mean, we are above, higher than the budget. Tell me about what made that happen.
I got the information from my colleagues in CDD. They are projecting high volume of activities on the building and planning. So we are expecting that residential side of the development are still going really strong, but we do see signs from the commercial side, the private big project development have signs to slow down. But all the projects that have previously been approved and entitled, we are going to expect them to start have movement and start to have activity. So, and therefore, plan check and building inspection will get going.
We'll rev up again.
Yeah.
When that happens. Okay. May, from your lips to God's ears. Okay, those are my questions for right now. So why don't we open it up for public comment?
I have no public comments.
Well, thank you very much. We will close public comment and bring it back to council for any comment. Councilmember Hedges, I think you have a comment.
It was a very clear and good presentation, and appreciate it. And have my fingers crossed.
That's right. Councilmember Lorraine, do you have any comments?
Sure, thank you through the mayor. I'll just thank Karen for the presentation. And I feel grateful that despite a number of economically tough years nationally and globally, with many challenges, our city has managed to keep a healthy general fund and not, and maintain the services that residents expect. I appreciate the comments related to considering how we can make that healthy general fund work harder for us. And so I look forward to that and more in the April budget session. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hedges, do you have any comments? No, I didn't. Okay. Councilmember Lee, do you have any comments?
Yes, I wanted to thank our new finance director and welcome you to City Hall. I wish I was there in person to be there for your first presentation. And I guess I'll just mention that as we were going through some of the trend lines, looking at 2019, 2020, and I was having a little bit of sort of PTSD, thinking back on those years of governing during the pandemic, and how scary it was, and how how tough it was to govern and make really important decisions in service to the community, and with the goal of being good fiscal stewards, not knowing what was going to happen, right? And what the financial outfall of the pandemic would be for our city. There were so many unknowns, unknowables, unquantifiable factors that we just had no control over, and to have come through all of that in such good and strong financial standing is I think a real accomplishment, and I am really looking forward to this year of getting our team in place, and I think that some of these savings, as was mentioned, were buffered by staffing shortages and that have have direct impact in terms of service levels. And I think that with our new city manager in place, we'll see the organization and our team solidify, and we're in a even stronger position then to govern. And so I'm feeling optimistic for our organization, and I'm looking forward to our conversations moving forward about how to direct some of these savings, if you will. And I certainly have a keen interest in looking at some of our unfunded CIP projects and better managing or more aggressively managing our unfunded liability. So those are two, if I'm going to tip my hat, those are two things I'm looking at closely, and I'm looking forward to those conversations. So thank you for your excellent work.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Not much to add other than thank you for a great presentation, Karen. Your first presentation knocked it out of the park. I hope that home sales continue to rebound, interest rates continue to drop, and if we lose a hotel, I hope we find two. Thanks.
That is a good wish, yes. Just like 2 for 1 on the trees. So I also would like to thank you and your team, because this is not something you put together on your own. And I am just thrilled that you're in this position. You have just stepped up, and it's been difficult, to sort of suddenly say, I've got a whole nother level of responsibility with a family and everything else. So, and I don't even see a lot more bags under your eyes. So you're amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's wonderful. So, well, there you go. There, Councilmember Hedges is stepping up to the plate. So thank you. We look forward to staying very involved. I think we all share a lot of the same interests in where our budget is and where our actuals are, and really look forward to getting into CIP planning as well as planning for maintenance, which, and just being much more expansive about what is included in our budget process. So thank you very much. And with that, I think we can move on, because there is nothing we have to vote on, right? So thank you very much. All right. And we are now going to go on to old business. And we are going to hear wet weather preparations update. And I mentioned to the city manager, I think we need to change this name, because it looks like we're talking just about what's going on with the weather. And there's a lot more in this presentation than what's going on with the weather. So Deputy Director Matt Fabry, who I also would like to say publicly congratulations on very soon becoming our Director of Public Works. So right now, we'll turn it over to you, and on we go.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. Matt Fabry, Deputy Public Works Director. This is our quarterly update on where we are with wet weather preparations and providing an update to council on the money that was appropriated by council to help us deal with some of the wet weather challenges. This is an informational update only. Obviously welcome to take any questions or any general council feedback. So I'm going to follow basically the same format that I did when I came back on this item back in November, and I'll go through the items that we had presented previously in terms of some of our immediate, near, and short-term actions that we are going to be working on. I'm happy to say that pretty much everything on this list in terms of our immediate term actions has been done, or some of the items like working with the Office of Emergency Services on wet weather planning and training is ongoing still. But we've hit everything on this list as we had indicated that we would. I did want to call out a couple of the items that I have highlighted in red there. We did get a alternatives analysis from Schaff and Wheeler. I guess I've got slides here, so I'll go through these quickly. So we did get an alternatives analysis from Schaff and Wheeler on what are our options for pumping the Marina Lagoon below our normal winter level of 95 feet, which is what we've heard from our pump manufacturer is the level that we shouldn't be going below, so as not to risk damage to the pumps or the engines that run the pumps. So staff is going through that in terms of reviewing that, and then once we have reviewed and have a final version of that analysis, we will be working with our ad hoc group of lagoon residents that represent the larger lagoon community to talk to them about what the findings are and what some of our options are. This is obviously a dual level issue. One is that all the folks that have docks on the lagoon anticipate that every year we pump the lagoon 1.5 feet lower than our normal winter operating levels to provide a dock maintenance period. We have stopped doing that since last year and did not do it again this year. Normally our dock maintenance period is sort of mid-January to mid-February, which is sort of the worst time that you want to be pumping the lagoon lower and trying to use your pumps to maintain that level when you've got a bunch of water coming in from storms. So we haven't been doing that, but the city, I think staff-wise, we are committed to doing what we can to continue providing a dock maintenance period, but we may look at having to do it at a different time of year that's not the middle of winter. And we have to do it in a way that is protective of our assets. And I'll talk a little bit about some of those challenges. So that is ongoing. We did, I presented on this last time, but this enhanced version, just showing that we do have this dashboard that we've made available to the public that shows them what the levels are in the lagoon, as well as what the status is in terms of pumps running. We've gotten very positive feedback from folks around the lagoon that this has been helpful for them. It's helpful for me that I can log in at any time and see what's going on myself. We have proposals that came in last week for our storm drain master plan update, which we integrated. Council provided some of the money that was to help us get the updated LIDAR elevation data. So we lumped that in with our storm drain master plan update. So we did get 2 proposals last week on doing that update. So staff is in the process of reviewing and scoring those, and we'll be coming back to council in the future either for a contract or further direction if we need to in terms of where we go with that. We also put out an RFP for spot dredging of the lagoon. This is allowed under our existing operating permit for the lagoon that we can do spot dredging at the mouths of the 3 creeks that come into the lagoon. It's a limited amount, no more than 2,000 cubic yards over the 5-year term of the permit. We have not done that, and so we do have 2 proposals that came in on that as well that would be providing the design services to do that. So our staff is going through and reviewing those as well. I think what I do want to highlight, one of the challenges with this is that we are only allowed under our permit to do the dredging during a certain time of year. And so it's going to be very challenging, I think, for us to do the design work and get a contractor on board and get that done within the window that we have this calendar year. I'm pushing our staff to see if we can expedite this to try to get this done during the time frame that we have, which I think ends at the end of October, I believe is what the permit says. So I want to see if we can try to get that done, but we will have to see what the possibility is in terms of the allowable time frame within our permit of how long it's going to take us to get a design and then a contract out to bid and awarded. Moving on to immediate term actions, these were the 3 things that we said that we were going to do that required additional resources from council to do so. One is performing maintenance on all the engines at the Marina Lagoon pump station, upgrading our wiring and programming out there, making sure we've got enhanced alarm capacity, and purchasing a spare lubricator system. So I'll talk about those in a minute. We also, we're going to deploy more sandbag stations. We have deployed 4 of those. I'll show pictures on that and give you an update on where we are in terms of how much sand has been utilized. And then inspecting and cleaning all the catch basins. So I've got some slides on each of those. So I'll just go through a few photos here that show some of the improvements that we've made out at the lagoon. So this is one of the challenges we had on New Year's Eve 2022 is that as the levels rose in the lagoon, the transducer that we use that measures the level of the lagoon and then controls our pumps ended up getting submerged and was giving us false readings because it was the level had risen so high that we weren't getting accurate readings. So we have raised the transducer at this point, so that should not be a problem. So the picture on the left is showing the cage that has the raised transducer, and then the picture on the right is showing that we added a new float out there that gives us a high-level alarm, so that if anything happens with the transducer and that level comes up, that we should have a mechanical float there that would give us at least an alarm. That float does not control our pumps, but at least will give us an alarm that there's a problem. We also installed a transducer and floats inside of the wet well. So this is underneath the Marina Lagoon pump station where the pumps are. We did not have capacity to measure the level in the wet well, which is an issue when you've got all 5 pumps running, potentially, that you need to make sure that you don't draw that wet well dry and potentially cause damage to the pumps. So we will have a transducer in there now, as well as 2 floats that will allow us to monitor that level and get alarms if we have any problems. We did buy a new lubricator. This is the 2 pictures are on the left and in the middle. This is a system that keeps the drive shafts lubricated on those 5 pumps at the Lagoon pump station. We have had these lubricators go bad on us in the past, and so this is a spare lubricator that is purchased. It's been wired and set up so that if we do have a problem with any of the existing lubricators, we can easily swap this one out. The picture on the right is the new cathodic protection rectifier system that we had installed. The pump station had a cathodic protection system in place, but it had not been maintained and was not functioning. And this is basically a system that helps keep the pumps from corroding in the saltwater environment that they're sitting in. So we put that system back into service, and that will help us to ensure that the pumps are able to last longer in the environment that they're in. This is just some photos showing all the wiring that we did. So instead of getting sort of a single alarm that we had a engine failure, we now have the ability to get more detailed information in terms of, was it a high pressure alarm? Was it a overcrank alarm? Was it a high temperature alarm? So we're getting more information to be able to help us manage what's going on at the station better. And all those are tied into our SCADA system that calls out to our staff. We have challenges with barnacle removal on the trash racks outside the Lagoon pump station. So this is just showing the picture on the right is what it looks like before, and then the picture on the right is what it looks like after. It's a challenging thing where our staff has to manually try to clear all those barnacles off with potato forks. So it's something that we're looking at, trying to have more mechanical approaches. We tried a backhoe with an attachment on the end of the backhoe. Unfortunately, it did not work as well as our staff had hoped, so it was back to the manual approach. But this is all good stuff. The bad thing is that we do have challenges, and we had a challenge in storms a couple weeks ago. We had some of our engines had to run. We ended up in one of the storms having to have 3 pumps come on. We don't think it happened during when those engines were running, but our staff came out after the engines shut down and saw that there was oil leaking from one of those. We've since had the engine manufacturer come out to service those. We've had various ideas of what they thought could be the problem, but when they finally took apart the engine, my picture maybe didn't get in there. We found that one of the pistons in the engine block was significantly damaged, and that was allowing coolant to get into the system and causing smoke and engine oil leaking all over. So it's a major issue. So the engine blocks as well as the pistons are being sent out for repair. We're not sure on the timing of that. It depends on parts availability. These engines are 40 plus years old. So sometimes getting parts is a challenge, but so we are going to be without this engine for a period of time, which means we only have 4 out of 5 pumps that are available. Should only be an issue if we have a major storm event like what we had on New Year's Eve 2022. So far, as I said, we've only had 1 storm this winter that called for 3 pumps, and that was only for a brief period of time that the 3rd pump turned on. So in light of the fact that we don't have all the engines, our staff have been taking a more active approach to managing lagoon levels, and so in conjunction with discussions with the ad hoc lagoon group, we are getting to the point where if a 3rd engine gets called, we're automatically going to turn on a 4th engine so that we don't wait for it to get higher and have a 4th engine called. If we get to that point, then it's getting pretty, levels are rising, and we want to make sure we're staying on top of it and maintaining capacity. So we are taking a proactive approach to managing that in light of lack of all the engines. So on the sandbag stations, as I said, we had the 4 stations I reported on last time. I just wanted to give an update that we have gone through about 48 cubic yards of sand to date at the different stations. That equates to about 5,000 bags that the public has come out and taken. I asked our staff which stations are seeing the most use, and it's the ones at Anchor Road, at our Corp Yard, and at Beresford Park. The one at Lakeshore Park has not seen as much use, so not sure if it's poor advertising or if people are just more easily able to access the other ones. Then on the catch basin cleaning, I had showed a map last time, so this is just an updated map. Our staff have finished with the help of a contractor. The dots shown in the bluish color are the ones that were done by a contractor. I did get clarification from our staff that we did not clean all 6,000 of our catch basins. We probably cleaned about 4,000 of them, but once you get further west, you get up into the hills and it becomes less of an issue because of the slope, that we just don't have accumulation of debris and material. And so they cleaned all the stuff basically up all the way west to Alameda de las Pulgas, and that was the area that they thought was most concerning. I did have talked to our staff on multiple occasions as to whether or not they feel like all this work has been helpful, and they definitely think that it has significantly reduced the amount of issues that we've had to deal with this winter. I mean, fortunately, we have had relatively light storms. It hasn't been massive storms, but we've had very few calls from the public this last weekend. We got like 1 call on Sunday, I think, and no calls on Saturday. So our staff are seeing very few calls. So I think the work we're doing is making a difference. Yeah, so just finally on the short and midterm actions, I highlighted the ones that we have made progress on. The ones that we haven't made any progress on yet are the items 5 and 6, which is the localized small scale. I shouldn't say we haven't made any progress, but we have been working with our staff to put together a package that we are going to be putting out to bid in the near term in terms of making some small improvements or small scale improvements at different catch basin locations and drainage issues that our staff have identified. And then our staff have been working with our field staff in terms of where we potentially would want to try to install cameras. We're also looking at not just cameras, but gauges to monitor levels and flow and as alternatives. And so I did want to highlight that we have continued our discussions with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission as well as One Shoreline. I believe that the Flood Free San Mateo group had some extra money from all of their campaign contributions that they talked to us about whether we could receive that, and it was going to be a challenge for us to receive that, but I suggested maybe they talk to One Shoreline. It sounds like they have donated their money to One Shoreline, so that is going to go towards a more permanent flow sensor on San Mateo Creek in De Anza Park. And I think that we're going to continue looking at whether we can get additional flow gauges on San Mateo Creek or potentially, if it makes sense, on our other creeks so that we have more ability to know what the actual stage level is or what the flow is. San Mateo Creek would definitely be valuable to have that and have that available online for the public as well. One Shoreline is working on a potential sort of flood early warning notification system for San Mateo Creek. Unfortunately, the only gauge that we have is at the base of the dam, which is not really the best location to have details about whether or not there's a flooding concern. We really need to know further downstream, and so if we can get some additional gauges in, then a system like that may become more viable. I just wanted to briefly I won't go through all this, but I'll just highlight similar to what I did last time. This is tying to the money that was provided by council. So we had gotten a $500,000 appropriation initially from council to deal with the Marina Lagoon pump station. So we've encumbered and spent $481,000 of that 500. So we've pretty much used all of that up. Some of the items we've done the work, but we haven't gotten invoiced for yet, but we've pretty much done all of that work. We did take of the additional $2.5 million that council gave us and put $400,000 into our operating budget that would go towards things like the contract for the catch basin cleaning and the sand for the sandbag stations and things like that. So we've spent a good chunk of that. So between the 500 and the 400,000, we've encumbered or spent 752,000 of that. And then the big chunk is the 2.1 million is the remainder, and that's really under our capital budget, and that was going to go towards the small scale dredging at the lagoon, the small scale drainage improvements, the camera monitoring, as well as the LiDAR work. And then that LiDAR chunk of money got combined with the money that had already been approved by council previously for the storm drain master plan to get started on that. So we are moving forward. We haven't spent any of this money other than a small amount for staff time. But this is money that we expect to start spending as we get contracts in place for moving forward on the design and getting things out to bid on these small-scale drainage improvements. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions and comments. Councilmember Lorraine, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Thank you. Through the mayor. Director Fabry, thank you for your presentation. And I appreciate hearing that some of the work to date may have helped with, I think localized issues to the point where we're not receiving as many calls. I was just curious, maybe, taking in the winter more holistically to date, whether you or Public Works have gotten any feedback on the flood preparation page we have on the city website, as part of, I think, like the overall list. There's some discussion of communications changes, and I was wondering if you feel like the current system is functioning as needed, and if there's a vision for anything different in between now and the next winter.
I think there's definitely always improvements that we could make on our website, and we put a lot of information up there that was tied to the Community Storm and Flood Protection Initiative, but then we have a separate page that's more tied to flood prevention or preparedness tips for the public. And so I think that there could be work to combine some of that information as some of it is interrelated. So I think there's definitely improvements that we could make on that. And I think as we get going into things like developing the master plan, I think there's things that we're going to want to put up on the website that can be informative for the public or engage the public as we go through that process. So we'll be looking at what the opportunities are to better utilize the website to provide more useful and easily findable information for the public.
Thank you. I was also a little curious about another item on the list about establishing a lagoon resident flood watch communication program. I get the sense from the report that there's certainly been some communication sort of throughout the winter, probably. I guess I was maybe just curious if you wouldn't mind sharing a little more about how it's going, and I guess similarly, whether you think, what you see maybe being different from now to next winter on that.
I think working with the Lagoon Ad Hoc Committee, there's a handful of people that end up being sort of the recipients of concerns from the community if they think things are not looking right at the lagoon. I think Councilmember Hedges is one of those folks. Rick Sakuda is another one of those folks. So we've been talking about just setting up sort of a text thread or a chat group or whatever you call it that would allow those people to contact relevant people in the city staff. And I think the overall intent is to make sure that folks like myself can be notified if there's an issue, but not necessarily burden our field staff that are potentially trying to respond to an emergency with getting calls from the public about things. And so I think we've worked with that group so that there's a number of those folks that have my cell phone number. I think we want to expand that so that there's a little bit more resiliency, and part of it would be, with me moving into the director position, I've got positions like deputy director positions that need to be backfilled, and so once we have more of those positions filled, I'd want to fill out a roster of more people. When previous director was here and Drew was the city manager, we had a text group with 5 of us, and unfortunately I'm the only one that's left of all those people. So I just would like to establish something like that. But the Lagoon folks have been very willing to work with us, and they're willing to receive the feedback from their group and make sure that they're vetting the information from those folks to get more detail and specifics that they can then transfer over to me or somebody else, as opposed to just saying that we're scared because the lagoon looks high, that they're trying to work with people to have. I think some folks are trying to have their own staff gauges that they can use to measure and see outside their house what the lagoon levels are so that they can report data to us.
Thank you. No further questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Hedges.
No, I've been following this very closely. I really don't have any questions, but just one comment. Thank you. You've done a great job in not only interfacing with the lagoon people, but also just making us feel confident that things are going to be done. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that.
Councilmember Lee, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Good to see you, Matt, and also congratulations. Right man, right place. We are so happy to welcome you into this new position. So I was wondering, in our future scenario planning, what are some of the things that will be different moving forward with new systems that are coming online, but also maybe some of our different communication strategies or data collection strategies in terms of identifying where flooding is happening, and mapping that to assess the citywide maybe gaps in infrastructure or maintenance issues that took place in the 2022 winter. So I guess I'm just curious to hone in on, in those worst case scenario events, how will we have a better, more comprehensive map of where flooding has happened and is happening?
I think there were definitely some lessons learned after New Year's Eve that I think we as city staff probably could have done a much better job of documenting where areas were that flooded. I mean, we got a lot of information from the public, but I think we could have done a better job of doing that. So I think if we had more significant events in the future, that would be definitely one of the things that I would want to work with staff on doing, is making sure that we're documenting where we have problems. But I think the key is to be able to inform people of pending problems before they become a problem, especially if they're critical issues like, potentially flooding on San Mateo Creek just upstream of El Camino Real could require evacuations. So I think that's part of what our collaboration with SFPUC and One Shoreline would be intended to do, is to be able to have real-time monitoring data that can give us advance warning if things are changing on that creek to such an extent that we would potentially need to notify people or order evacuation. So I think getting some of that information out there and available online and having dashboards on the city's website, if we can do that, would be part of what I would like to do. I think looking at, we've talked about the money that council allocated for cameras, and I think cameras are helpful. That allows us to see locations from remotely to see what's going on, but I think it's also helpful to have data that talks about what is the level in a creek or the flow, as I mentioned. So I think we're looking at what's the best way that we could deploy technology to allow us to monitor those things, and so that we could be able to communicate with the public and provide information for the public so that they can be monitoring things on their own and have comfort as to whether things are an issue or not. As we do go through the storm drain master plan, we are going to be doing an extensive, our intent is to do an extensive system evaluation, so that we would be going and looking inside of all of our storm drain pipes and all of our facilities, our manholes and things like that, to determine where some of our issues are, and then that gets tied into updated hydraulic and hydrologic modeling. And so I think we're going to come out of the storm drain master plan process with a much better understanding of where our capacity challenges are. I mean, we'll be building off the work that was done in 2004. So I think a lot of those capacity issues are not going to have changed. They're still going to be there. But we'll have enhanced data to look at those and then be able to provide more information to the public and more information for us in terms of making prioritized decisions of where we should do things. Obviously, making the fixes is going to take time and it takes money. And so we do have the fee revenue coming in now that's helpful, and is going to hopefully allow us to go after other state and federal sources of funding, but it's going to take time for us to accumulate the designs and the resources that will help us fix some of those things. But I think in the near term, if we can do a better job of educating the public about what's going on in our watersheds, where our challenges are, and providing more useful real-time information through our website would be one of my goals.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I guess that leads me to kind of another question, maybe to Alex, is, as the council has provided some direction on our goal of having a CRM or, some beefier technology to support more targeted and also more comprehensive, more consistent community engagement and really embrace the potential of our comms strategy that at a city level. I'm curious to hear from you, Alex, are you thinking ahead in connecting our constituent services, constituent outreach, our communication strategy with the emergency services, or sort of like these intersections with public works on the good days and the rainy days, and how is your thinking evolving in this sort of related goal?
So I think you're right on target, Councilmember Lee, first and foremost, we have to really look to make sure that we have a baseline system that's functioning. But then over time, yes, you want to be able to leverage and utilize that system so that you can build upon the base layer so that you can actually have these intersections of being able to connect and create those webs of connection so that we have basically a tool at our community members' fingertips. That we can actually be able to get real-time information and updates and actually geolocate issues where people might not even know where they're located at. But that's, in the future. At this moment, first and foremost, I need to have the system just talking to our existing systems and then build upon there. But yes, absolutely down the line, that's kind of the high-touch approach and being able to engage with our residents.
Good to hear. Well, thank you. And I guess we're at the questions part, but I'll just sneak in this comment that in my conversations with some of the business owners downtown, the general sentiment is what we're doing is really working, and that the investments and the service level coming from Public Works is making a difference in their experience of these recent storms. And so we're getting less complaints because we're doing things right. and that's thanks to you and your team. So kudos to you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Sure. Well, thank you, Brad, for a great presentation. Big thanks to you and the entire Public Works team. I can tell you unequivocally, this time of year as opposed to last time of year, last year at this time I was suffering what my wife was calling rain anxiety or ringxiety, and this year it's very much past. I feel like we're in good hands. I feel like you guys have been so on top of it. I'm incredibly impressed by over 4,000 drains being cleaned. That's an incredible accomplishment in a very short period of time. So thank you to everyone in Public Works for getting us to where we needed to be. The only question I had, which you didn't touch on, and I'm sorry, I don't know if is it the 39th underpass or the 40th underpass near Samaritan House that flooded?
42nd Avenue.
42nd Avenue, sorry. What's the status on the pumps there, and how are we maintaining that, or maintaining them?
Well, we've put in, part of the challenge that we have at that station is that as debris comes in, the pumps can get clogged. And so we have put in additional debris rack that will help us to keep material away from the pumps. So staff have put that in and said that they've been monitoring it, and it's helping, I think, to keep debris away. But the pumps continue to function. We haven't had any issues in terms of the the station flooding. I think we had challenges on New Year's Eve with the amount of rain that was coming and debris, but otherwise, yeah, I mean, the station continues to function.
And just overall preventive maintenance is being done on the pumps and
Yeah,
everything's in good
we
state.
do preventive maintenance on all of our storm pump stations. So yeah, I mean, staff go out, and after any of these significant storm events, they're going out and cleaning out the wet wells at any of our stations to make sure that we're cleaning out any trash or debris that accumulates, and yeah, doing preventive maintenance on the pumps and the engines or backup generators or things that are at the different stations. So.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Keep up the great work. It's you and your whole team.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm hitting cleanup here. So I just, when you started the presentation and you just said, we hit everything on this list. And the list just went on and on and on and on and on. So, wow, my comment is wow. I know that's not a question, but that's a wow. So I know you've been very, very thoughtful, you and your team, about working with the community, both on communication, getting the processes going, doing the standard operating procedures, all that. What's sort of the next thing that you see being able to partner with the community on? Or do you feel like you're hitting all the bases?
There's definitely more work, I think, to partner with the community in regard to lagoon activities. I mean, we're going to have to continue to have discussions about the dock maintenance period. I guess I didn't really get back to it, but you know, pumping the lagoon lower puts stress on both the pumps and the engines, is what we've learned from the pump manufacturer and from our consultants that did some of the analysis after New Year's Eve. And so when we see things like what we saw, and I unfortunately I tried to put the picture in, but I must have put it into the version that didn't get shown tonight, that showed the piston that got damaged. And so when we see damage like that in the engines, you know, I can't draw a direct connection to say that that's because we've, you know, historically pumped the lagoon lower. But I know that that's what we have to protect, is we have to protect the flood control capacity of that facility, but we also know that the dock maintenance is important to the, I don't know how many dock owners are out there, a couple hundred dock owners that are on the lagoon. And so, you know, there's a lot of people that are not happy with the city and Public Works because of our decision with regard to the dock maintenance period. So there's going to have to be more discussions about that, and we'll get back with the community after we've had a chance to finalize the alternatives analysis that Schaffenweiler put together. But I think, you know, the next piece that, you know, we need to move forward towards is larger scale dredging of the lagoon. So there's going to need to be more community engagement on that. That obviously affects the people that live around the lagoon, but it's the, you know, flood control basin for 2/3 of the city. So I think it's going to be a larger engagement effort. We are starting discussions. I think we have a meeting next Monday with Army Corps of Engineers to start discussions about sort of a longer term relationship with them on, you know, setting ourselves up to be able to pursue federal funding sources for things like that are, you know, the really expensive projects that we have. So I think that there's going to be continued engagement with the community on those issues. As we get into the storm drain master plan and we start getting into doing some of the modeling and coming up with the prioritized implementation strategy and the things that need to be done, I think that we're going to need to engage with the community on all of that, because prioritization obviously means you have to make decisions about what you're going to do, you know, what order you're going to do things, and the community obviously wants to weigh in on that, I'm sure. So there's lots of pieces of that that I could see that we'd engage on, and if we can continue to get more data, as I said, in terms of either cameras or creek gauges, that I think we would want to be able to then connect the community to that data so that they can have a more holistic understanding of our system and whatnot. So there's definitely lots of opportunities, and I think my goal is to continue engaging folks at every opportunity that we can.
That's great. And I'm sure by doing that, you're going to discover yet other opportunities you aren't even aware about. So that's excellent. Now, when you said you'd received 2 responses for the RFP, is that what you were expecting? Were you expecting more?
I mean, it's something like that. I think you can expect to receive somewhere usually between like 2 and 5 proposals. So I don't think it's unusual. it's always nice to have more options to choose from, but it is, somewhat specialized work in terms of being able to do the hydrologic and hydraulic modeling. That there's, certain firms that have that in their wheelhouse, and so obviously you can get teams that have all the different pieces, but sometimes finding firms that are able to self-perform all the work is tough. So I don't think it's unusual, but
Okay,
yeah.
great. And you also said that you can only perform, you were worried about only being able to do the dredging at a certain time of year.
Yeah.
Why is there that constraint on the license?
It's something with our operational permit that any of the activities that we do with the dredging can only be done during certain times of the year. So I don't know I'd have to go back and see if there's any basis for why that is, but I think it is that it has to be done sort of between April and October, and maybe that's just because they don't want us trying to do dredging work in the middle of winter time or when there's flows coming down those creeks. But that's the restraint that we'd be up against potentially.
Yeah, it might be worth having somebody just check on that to see if you've got an artificial constraint. Then coordination with the Office of Emergency Services. I'd be really interested in what's going on and how we can do even more.
Well, we're having definitely more conversations with Office of Emergency Services, which is part of San Mateo Consolidated Fire. They participate in our twice weekly check-ins on the forecast. So we're communicating with them. Jim Yoke with OES texted me over the weekend to see if we had any issues. So there's ongoing communication. But I think the big thing is that they are working on updating the overall citywide emergency operations plan that is, I think, 17 years old. So that's a big lift. It's not going to happen overnight. And then we've been working with them on sort of the smaller scale wet weather plan. They have also been participating in our monthly cross-departmental meetings on wet weather preparation and are engaging folks on that. They did put on some training that was mandatory for all staff to participate in emergency planning training that OES put on. So we did get the majority of our staff trained through that. So they do have more trainings planned that are going to get more into the details. This was sort of a high-level training of, everybody's a disaster service worker and this is what you need to know. And then the next trainings are going to be getting more focused in on, if we have emergencies, here's what we need to do to work at the emergency at the EOC, and what are the different roles, and making sure that people are comfortable and that we're well prepared to go into the EOC if we need to open that up in emergencies. So there's ongoing conversations about all those, but all of it takes time.
Yeah. So. Well, if there's ever an opportunity where you think things aren't happening as quickly as they should, or there's anything we can do to help, please let us know, because that's critical. And was very excited to hear you talk about One Shoreline and the proposal. Obviously, San Mateo Creek is in my backyard, and I don't want to get evacuated. Yeah. But if we got evacuated, probably the rest of the city would be on the way. So once again, any way we can support that. So with that, why don't we open it up to public comment?
We have no public comment.
What? Okay. Okay, great. Well, then I will close public comment. That must mean that's a good sign. No public comment. You're doing well. And bring it back. Any comments, last comments from the council?
I'm excited about you being the Public Works Director, and just keep on what you're doing. It seems to be resonating with everybody. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes, congratulations from me as well, and I'll just echo a lot of what the council members mentioned during the questions portion as my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee. Okay. The most succinct comment of any of us tonight. And
well, two.
Oh, there you go. Deputy Mayor Newsom, you can do the two thumbs. Yeah. Yeah. And thank you from all of us. And thank you to the staff. And back there, Director Brad Underwood, thank you very much to you, too, for everything you did when you were here the first go-round to get us going, and everything you did when you came back. I mean, it was really, really important. We're so glad that you were part of that. So thank you both. Now, go home. Okay. So with that, No votes, so we're going to move on to reports and announcements. So who would like to start off? Councilmember Lorraine, do you have any reports and announcements?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor. I'm a little concerned based on an item that we had tonight that there may be opportunities for people to appeal decisions that cannot realistically be upheld due to the Housing Accountability Act or similar laws that may tie our hands. I wouldn't want anyone to get blindsided by this, and I'd like to make sure that such restrictions are listed sort of as clearly as they could be in language on our noticing and, sort of anywhere in which the public might read what's transpiring with decisions and, explanations of the appeals process. Also, in discussions with staff, I got the impression that the amount of staff time and work that goes into preparing and processing an appeal such as this seems to be more than what may be covered by the appeal fee. So this just sort of leads me to believe that this process could be served with an update. I feel, for example, it's possible, and staff can please correct me if this is not the case, that it may have been a bit since the last time such language and processes have been reviewed or updated. With council's approval, I'd like to ask if there's interest in asking staff to review the language in the noticing and other related documents for development projects and their appeals related to restrictions that may come in the form of Housing Accountability Act or other laws that may make an appeal difficult or unrealistic to be upheld, and to review the cost of appeals to make sure it might be in line with the city's cost in processing and preparing for it.
Could I ask a question? I think maybe it would have to go over to the city manager. Is that something that just at a very high level you think would be worthwhile? I think part of what I was getting out of tonight is the fact that a lot of people said the project is good. We're not appealing the project, but it was all the trees that went around. And so there was an opportunity to talk about that and see whether there was an opportunity to get something in that regard. But let me ask the city manager his okay.
So, Councilmember Lorraine, you're accurate that it takes a lot more staff time than what an appeal fee would cost. But at the same time, it's up to the city or the council. It's at your guys' pleasure of how you want to set fees. And my understanding here in San Mateo, there's an annual update of the fees, and I believe it comes every June. And if the council wishes for us to look at any type of fee or fee structures, that would be the appropriate time to have that discussion, or if you wanted us to look into it further and explore it, just need to get direction from the council about how you want staff to approach that and bring you back a recommendation or options to consider. Is there anything else I missed on that? Oh, it's April. Sorry, it's right around the corner. Not even June.
Perfect. Well, I suppose, with regard to the second piece, then we may be fine, and there may not need to be something separate put forth. I guess maybe I would ask in response whether you feel like it makes sense to like, would it be possible to, I guess for the first part, how do you feel about that and whether it might pair with what you were just mentioning?
So regarding actually exploring the fee, I'd want to see that there's a majority of the council wishing that staff look into this further, because it is a policy decision to look at. So I'd be looking for direction from the council to bring back that as part of the hearing that we have on fees, if we go in that direction.
Councilmember Lee, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm certainly interested in when the conversation arises and when we do our analysis to better align our cost recovery for administrative services with the actual true costs, and also look at comparables in terms of what are appeal fees in the county with comparable population sizes, for example. So I think that that's certainly a worthwhile exercise, and I also would agree that I think that there is, and we've talked about this before. I know that I've raised this point before, that we've talked about how there's this tension between wanting to give the public due process, and then also the very narrow and limited scope that sometimes we have in decision making, right? In the authority that we have to to grant appeals, for example, and on what basis. And so I do think that I would agree with Councilmember Lorraine that there's oftentimes a fundamental misunderstanding in terms of what the basis of of our authority is, the Planning Commission's authority, and the laws that govern those decisions, and it's a disservice to a community for them to work so hard to try to change an outcome that fundamentally really doesn't have any potential for movement, and so I worry about that frustration that causes in the community, and and I think I share that question in terms of what we can do better in communicating upfront what those parameters are, so that people, the community that's engaging in this process, are doing so with information about what the rules are that we're playing by, right? And I also think it's really important, when we're doing policy work, when we're governing and issues arise, right, and questions arise about where we want to focus on, evolving policies, right? That we do so in a way that is is responsive to the community, also respectful of the capacity of our staff, right? We are at 20% vacancy rates across multiple key departments right now. We're running multiple heavy lift initiatives, and also managing storms, and we also just went through a strategic planning process where we were limited to only 3 council priorities each. And so I think sometimes that there's a little bit of council priority creep that happens when in these conversations where we have the strong desire to be to fit everything in, and open doors for important conversations. But also there's a part of me, having been in this position for a long time and seeing the ebb and flow of bandwidth of our city staff, like I want us to continue to bring ourselves back to, these are the things that are on our plate that we're committed to. If we wanted to reopen the tree ordinance policy, then that should have been on the council priority list last month, right? that we all agreed to. So, I think that, what I would offer our council as, as your big sister in this job, I have a running list of all of the ideas that come to me every week, every year, and I consolidate those things and prune them and massage them and advocate for them when the time comes at Blue Skies. Right. And so, we want to be able to do everything, but I hope that we can remember that, there are real people with real families and we want to create a culture of sustainability and respect for our own city staff and not continually overburden them.
So through the mayor, real quickly, I just want a point of clarification, just so the whole council knows that with all appeals, staff is very forthright in letting them know, like on this one specifically about the Housing Accountability Act, we were very clear multiple times letting them know that there's state law that really dictates what the city can do in this instance, but understanding that there was a point to be made by the public. And so that's kind of what came before. But we are putting anyone who wants to appeal just on notice if it is in one of these situations to let them know that there is, higher law than local law here that dictates what we have to abide by here locally.
Yeah, Councilmember Hedges. Thank you.
The appellant told me today that she clearly knew that she wasn't going to stop the development. And I heard from many of the people that spoke what we call in the industry I'm from, when you really don't have the guns to help someone, that we call them knee pad cases. And I think they believed this was a knee pad case that they might be able to move the needle through appealing to the developer to save a couple of the trees. And I don't think we should ever deny anybody the right to come and plead their case, even though their stated objectives were never to stop the project.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with due process. So what I was commenting on is just that staff put everyone on notice,
Sure.
Whoever's in there, just to
clearly,
let them know. That's all I was trying to point out.
Clearly, it came through clearly with the appellant. She knew that, and the staff did a good job.
Through the mayor, if I can just interject here for a moment. So that appeal is finished. We've moved on from that item. So we're under the reports and announcements portion of the agenda. If there is some direction to be given to staff to bring back a future agenda item, perhaps we just have a generic discussion about it instead of like the particular development project, since that item is complete.
Okay. I do not have an interest in talking in a future agenda about changing fees.
So I see two.
I don't.
I hear
okay.
two. No, I hear Councilmember Hedges no. I hear the mayor now. And I have two that said they are interested. So then Councilmember Newsom or Deputy Mayor Newsom.
I'm also a no, only because I think that we still need to make it something that is approachable or affordable for someone if they want to appeal. In this case, the appellant clearly knew. I mean, she knew she wasn't going to win. It was more, to Councilman Hedges' point, to try to make it a last-ditch effort to appeal to the builder developer. So, no, I'm not for it.
Okay, then we won't bring back an item.
Thank you.
I thank the mayor and the council for this discussion, and staff. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Hedges.
Yes, I do have some things and something I want to read, with your permission.
Do you want to do that later on?
Okay. Whatever the pleasure of everybody is, be fine. So just want to report that I'm on CCAG, and I also serve on the Congestion Management and Environmental Committee, but an opening came up for the Express Lane Committee, and I applied for it and got it. And this is sort of my wheelhouse, is transit and development. I was involved with the actual policy through MTC that we set up for TOD. And I've been very involved in public transportation, so I was just really delighted extremely delighted. My only sadness is that I won't be able to serve past December.
And make every day count.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lee, do you have any reports and announcements? Nope. Okay. Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Sure. I have just a few things that are on the calendar that I wanted to make everyone aware of. CERT is having a award and acknowledgement ceremony this weekend here in City Hall on the 24th from 4:30 to 6:30. That's open to the public, and if you'd like to come out and acknowledge our CERT team, please do so. Little League has opening day at Trenta Park, 9 a.m. on the 2nd of March, and there are tons of baseball players excited to have opening day. And I also ran into, about a week ago, Dominique Hoskins, and, you know, being that it's Black History Month, I'd like to just give her a plug and tell everyone to get to Redwood City and check out the Hoskins Black History Museum. It is really a cool exhibit, and she's thrilled to be more permanently based in Redwood City. So those are the things I have on the calendar. Thanks.
That is great. Great news. Thank you. And he's gone, but I was going to formally say thank you to Brad Underwood. But I think we will do more. But so the public knows, the 23rd is his last official day, I believe. And at the end of the month will be the wrap up. So we are very grateful that he has helped us through all this, and we know where to find him if we have additional questions. And then secondly, given the discussion tonight and about trees, and yes, it was all very focused, but I now have a question about whether our tree ordinance does reflect what it needs to, both in terms of opportunities and constraints, given the change in state laws. So I guess I would put it out to the rest of council. I think I heard from Councilmember Lee, she's not interested in talking about tree ordinances. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I think that if there's that much, what can we do, that maybe it would be something at the appropriate time to bring back for study. Is there any interest in that? Or is there anything you would like to say?
If I may, through the mayor. So I heard several policy questions come up tonight. Aside from those policy questions, there are some cleanup issues with our tree ordinances. And I say ordinances because one of the issues that we do have is that our tree regulations live in several different places within our municipal code. And so it is already on our work plan between Parks and CDD to look at our tree ordinances and look at ways to improve and streamline the way that they work together, because we have arborist functions right now in two different departments. And so there's overlap. And there's ways that they can work better. And so that's something that is already on our internal work plan. And so I will say that there's already that type of work that's planned. So if you guys have further policy direction, we'd be happy to hear that as well and then fold that in. But aside from that, we do intend to do that other streamlining and cleanup work.
That's great news. I'd rather not add something. I guess I would just say, listen to the conversation tonight, which I know you will, and you identified some areas of confusion that would be wonderful to address in that work. Sure.
The ordinance involving trees seemed to be a lot tougher when at Beauvais, when Lucky's extended the west end of the building, there was a huge old oak there. The city made them move it. I talked to the foreman. He said, I get more in trouble if I hurt somebody. I get more trouble hurting this tree than if I hurt somebody. He was really sincere about that. So somewhere along the way, things have changed. And I think we need to figure out where they've changed, why they've changed, if it was for a good reason. Because I can remember times when developments couldn't go forward until they saved trees, like that example. So again, trees are very important. We used to call ourselves a tree city. So I want to get back to doing that.
Thank you. Okay, Well, with that, before we adjourn tonight's meeting, a quick note for everyone who has joined us in council chambers. City Hall will be closing in 5 minutes after the end of this regular meeting. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you very much for staying around. But tonight, as we bring this meeting to a close, we have tragedy on a near-term basis and a long-term basis. We do so with heavy hearts as we remember the victims of the recent tragedy on the 4100 block of Alameda de las Pulgas. And our community is ripped apart with sorrow. And at this moment, I want to extend our gratitude to all the first responders for their unwavering dedication. And thanks to the city for providing the services they need to get through it, as well as our community that every time something like this happens, as rarely as it does, it rips everybody's heart apart. And what could we each have done to help prevent something like that? And while we can't erase the pain caused by this incredibly senseless act, we are committed to providing support for those in need. It's essential for us to share resources related to domestic violence and mental health with our community as help is available. So I want to share for those seeking assistance or for those who want to share this information with others who may need it, please consider reaching out to First Cora, Community Overcoming Relationship Abuse. Their 24-hour hotline is 1-800-300-1080, and the website is www.corasupport.org. And also the San Mateo County Mental Health Services. 24/7 assistance can be obtained at 1-800-686-0101, and the website is www.smchealth.org/mental-health-services. Additionally, residents of San Mateo can utilize the text to 911 service if they are unable to make a verbal call to police, and this is critical. Simply text 911 with the necessary details, prioritizing location in case of emergencies. But we are also adjourning tonight in honor of the National Day of Remembrance on February 19th, in memory of the many Japanese Americans who were treated so unfairly and deeply affected by our government's forced incarceration of entire Japanese American families during World War II. This is not a proud moment in our history, and we will never forget the impact on San Mateo's own Japanese families, and indeed those everywhere haunted by this action. We cannot make it go away, but as a city, we pledge here tonight to honor each February 19th at the second City Council meeting in February going forward, and to remember this National Day of Remembrance. And now I would like to invite Councilmember Hedges to make some comments on this topic.
Yeah, please bear with me. Every time I've read this, I've broken up. This event happened 6 months before my birth. I remember it well as a child. And my father was actively complaining about it to the government. And that's a man with an 8th grade education who seemed to know a lot about the world. FDR was always been a hero to me. He was a leader among leaders. There's one horrible stain on his 4-term presidency. That is the Executive Order 9066, signed by the President on February 19th, 1942, which sent 120,000 Japanese Americans to incarceration. I've always believed that great nations do not ignore their most painful moments. They confront them with honesty, and in doing so, learn from them and grow stronger as a result. The incarceration of Japanese Americans 80 years ago is a reminder to us today of the tragic consequences we invite when we allow racism, fear, and xenophobia to fester. Today, as a city, we should set out on a path to reaffirm the federal government's former apology to the Japanese Americans whose lives were so irreparably harmed during this dark period of history. We also uplift the courage and resilience of brave Japanese Americans who, despite being unjustly incarcerated, formed powerful communities and marshaled incredible dignity and strength. Many young Japanese who were incarcerated courageously served in the 100th Infantry Battalion Military Intelligence Service, Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, Army Nurse Corps, and the 442 Regimental Combat Team. With unwavering patriotism, all Japanese Americans, 100th Infantry Battalion, the 442 Regiment Combat Team became two of the most decorated and distinguished military units in our nation. And just to stop for a minute and remind everybody that the 442 actually broke through an unimaginable barrier and saved a large number of the Texas infantry that were hemmed in by the Japanese. So I learned about this horrible mistake from my father when I was 5 years old. He told me about Daniel Inouye, who earned the Medal of Honor. He lost his right arm to a grenade wound. God, I'm sorry about this, but this is just big time for me. While serving in the 442, I was proud to attend the Harris Methodist Church in Honolulu, the home church of Senator Inouye, many times. He also told me, my father, that he was upset with Executive Order 9066 and contacted his congressperson to complain. He was told it was for the Japanese people's safety. He told me he knew that was not true. Actually, he said it was a damn lie. I propose that our city set up a day of remembrance every February 19th for our national mistake to help us prevent doing anything like Executive Order 966 in the future. And what most people don't know is there was quite a large number of German immigrants to the United States that had gained citizenship that were incarcerated as well. So this was a dark day in our history. Thank you.
So thank you. So in memory of the family and in memory of the Japanese Americans who were wrongly incarcerated, I would like to have everyone join me in a moment of silence in their memory. And on that note, we can adjourn our meeting. Thank you all very much.
I might add that people we actually know, Carol Matsumoto, who's on the city council, South San Francisco, Rick Zakuda's family. When they came back from the camps, had lost their homes, when they had mortgages, lost their cars, their furniture, often their businesses, and were forced to move into the projects because nobody would rent to them. So if you ever have a chance to ask Rick or Carol Matsumoto, she'll tell you. And what absolutely astounds me is I haven't heard any actual anger out of them ever. They were so loving and forgiving.
Thank you.
And by that happened to Lori Wantanuki's family too.
So thank you all. And on that, I am going to adjourn the meeting.